Awesome.
So cool to see everybody.
Hey, Rob. How are you?
Fine.
It's a big reason why we decided that we wanted to do this live so that we could all see each other instead of webinar format. So lovely to see all your faces. So we're live now, correct, Emma? Okay, awesome.
We're live now, correct, Emma?
Ooh, awesome. Well, thank you. Welcome everyone to the
Thank you.
Farmers Union Annual Convention and Meeting. Thanks for joining us today. I just wanted to remind you of a few housekeeping items. We are recording today. We did decide, like I just said, to do a full Zoom meeting instead of a webinar format because we're so excited just to see each other and who's on, and you can't do that in webinar format. So we love seeing all your smiling faces. Thanks. Everyone's gonna be muted except for those presenting. We'll open for Q&A time specified on our agenda. During the day, the agenda link will be posted in chat for your reference. And thanks so much to NFU staff who are graciously offering their technical support today. Thanks to Emma, Charlie, and Ethan for your Zoom support. Just as a reminder, lunchtime does run from 11:45 to 12:15. So make sure to grab something quick and head back because we have a lot to tell you about our work with the Local Food Safety Collaborative. And of course, all the rest of our exciting afternoon sessions. We'll keep you on your toes today. Starting at 1:30 is our official business meeting. And right after that is our policy discussion. If you're a member, you will be able to vote. Guidance on voting will be given at that time by our legislative director, Michael Kovach. We hope to be finished by 2:30 and we'll be leaving Zoom open for another half hour at the end of the day until 3 p.m. For those that may want to chat with each other further, we wanted to create a little social time as well. We may create some breakout rooms if folks have specific items or issues they want to talk about, but let us know throughout the day if you'd like to do that. We really look forward to the day with you and like to start off our convention. Our convention is officially open and we'll be led in song by our wonderful friend, Lindsay Gilmore.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to sing a National Farmers Union song, but I'm going to start with another song. It's kind of a thank you to all the hard work everyone has put in over this unprecedented year. It's written by a British songwriter called Nick Lowe, and it's a song I sing to myself to cheer myself up. So you can just close your eyes and listen to this one. Better make sure I get the right key since I'm unaccompanied. You know what? I'm gonna go down to You inspire me when my eyes begin to glaze. You inspire me in so many ways. When I'm on the ground, you seem to know how to pour the blessings down and spread them all around. You inspire me when my well is almost dry. You inspire me, and in the twinkling of an eye, I'm back on my feet. You're so inspiring to me. The road is long and it winds through the night, but when you're near, you let there be light. You inspire me when my eyes begin to glaze. You inspire me in so many ways. I'm back on my feet. You're so inspiring, I don't have to wish upon a star. That's how inspiring you are. Unfortunately, my cat hates it when I sing. So, thank you. All right, let's sing a rousing tune here. Now, obviously on Zoom, we can't really sing along because we'll all be at different times, but sing along to yourselves. So this is to the Battle Hymn of the Republic. And this I'm going to do, I believe, in D. Oh, the land without the people is a land without a soul, and the people without land become a mob without a goal. But the people on the land have made a nation strong and whole, a nation proud and free. Keep the country in the family, keep the family in the country. Keep the country in the family for a nation strong and free. Oh, the foreign corporations would monopolize the soil, disinheriting the farmers from the fruits of honest toil. For their profit they propose to take, to plunder and to spoil our nation strong and free. Keep the country in the family, keep the family in the country. Keep the country in the family for a nation strong and free. We have sweated in the summer sun, we fought the winter gale. We have licked the drought and dust storm and the grasshoppers and hail. We're not about to quit the farm, we're not about to fail. Our nation strong and free. Keep the country in the family, keep the family in the country, keep the country in the family for a nation strong and free. All right. Thank you. Enjoy the meeting. I'm going to go and cook and listen.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lindsay. We appreciate your wonderful voice, and thank you everyone for joining us today. I'm Heidi Secord, State President for Pennsylvania Farmers Union, and we're excited to be here virtually with all of you. It's great to see some familiar faces, some new faces. We welcome all. And thanks to, again, to Lindsay for kicking off our meeting and song, really the traditional songs of farmers unions that have been passed down from generation to generation of farmers in the union. Who knew that one day that they would actually be sung in a virtual space? I'm honored to be serving as your state president with such an amazing team. Our executive team, Vice President Michael Kovach, Secretary Lynn Garling, our board members, Mike Eby, Dari Sicker, and our board appointed director, Amanda Leahy. And of course, our food safety coordinator and board appointed treasurer, Gary Bloss. And want to make special note of our board liaison and convention planning guru and organizer, Karen Stark. We appreciate your support. We represent diverse sectors and skills, rural and urban agriculture, consumer education, community organizers, landscape architects, vegetable, meat, and dairy farmers. And you will see all of us throughout the convention. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and honor the Native American land that we sit on from our home and farm here in northeastern Pennsylvania. To honor the land here along the Delaware River, home to two tribes, the Wolf and the Turtle clans of the Lenape. In the chat, you will find a link to an indigenous land map so that you may also acknowledge the indigenous roots of the land that you farm on. Last year was so unexpected and took us all by surprise. COVID directly impacted farmers and their businesses. And early in April, consumers were really demanding and looking for regional and local food. as their grocery store shelves were being emptied, farmers answered their call. Some, like our farm, pivoted to online sales. Others, like Michael Kovach's, were meeting consumer demand by raising more animals for their on-farm meat sales. Sue Miller at Birch Run Farms, the dairy, couldn't keep up with cheese sales. Many farmers ironically benefited from the pandemic, and yet we really need to keep in mind and remember that many did not and had to close their doors. Last year showed us the value of regional food sheds and the infrastructure development that Farmers Union really needs to support in the coming years. And it is this work and strategic direction that we will be working on, including supporting infrastructure development for processors, development and support of specialty crops and markets for things like hemp and tree crops, focusing educational programming in urban landscapes to train farmers in food safety. Many programs that you're going to hear about today. Most important, ensuring that farmers' voices are being heard at the state and national level on policies that are important to them. Pennsylvania Farmers Union has an exceptional group of lifetime members, farmers, and activists who have led this organization from its beginning in 1982 until now. We continue to have a growing group of new members that are attracted to the core values of Farmers Union and the grassroots-based policy and advocacy work. We ask that you join us in this work by becoming a member if you're not yet. And if you are, re-engaging with our work. Join our board, join a committee, collaborate with us, or lift your voice at our fly-ins to Harrisburg and Washington. You know, I've been catching all the NFU convention webinar series, and they had one this week on the history of Farmers Union.
Didn't understand what you said.
Just wait a second.
National Farmers Union has a historian, Tom Giesel, and you'll find the recording at NFU's website in the coming weeks. But he shared a poignant poem that I really enjoyed, and I wanted to share it with you today. You have $1, I have $1, we swap. Now you have my $1, and I have your $1, we're no better off. But you have an idea, I have an idea, we swap. Now you have 2 ideas and I have 2 ideas, both of us are richer. What you gave, you have. What you got, I did not lose. This is cooperation. And this is a strength that we can all bring to the table in our work together with support from National Farmers Union, Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and all the other amazing programs and partners that we'll hear about today. Together and united, we'll stand up and have been standing up for farmers, their families, and the land that we are deeply connected to. Strength in numbers, strength in voice, and strength in work. And that is what we are called to do in Farmers Union. We are so excited for our program today. Just a reminder that we do have a very tight schedule. If you have questions throughout the day, feel free to ask us in the chat, either privately or to other board members or NFU staff. They are your technical, if you have any technical difficulty today, they are the ones to go to. So feel free to chat with us and each other throughout the day. But without further ado, and respecting and honoring time, we're going to hear next from our National Farmers Union President, Rob LaRue.
Wow, thank you, Heidi. And what an incredible opening. Really, hopefully sets the stage for a very fulfilling convention and days worth of programming. So I appreciate your words, Heidi, and your reflection. And Lindsay, I'm so glad that I was able to sing out, but at the same time be on mute. That certainly added a probably good for everybody there, but fantastic opening. So we'll start off right as we often do in a lot of conversations these days, and that's a little bit of a reflection and look back. And I actually like to go much further back than the past year. And that is the fact that remembering that, as we know, the Farmers Union was founded in 1902, I like to remind folks, this isn't our first pandemic. It's not our first challenge. And we've had many of these challenges over the years, things that have challenged the very kind of existence of family farm agriculture. And in each of those moments, certainly within the Farmers Union family, we rise up, we pull together, and we help each other get to better days. And that is exactly what we have seen this past year. It's what we are seeing continually. And I just like to remind folks that, yes, yesterday I heard a new expression. Instead of, I usually typically talk about whatever the new normal is going to be, but I heard someone yesterday refer to it as the next normal. And so when we reach that next normal and conditions are better, we'll certainly look back, but we've been here. There will be challenges in the future, and we'll talk about some of those that we know are on the horizon, right? We have climate change. We have the growing problem of antitrust, competition, concentration in agriculture. All of these things, once again, are really existential challenges to agriculture, to family farms, and we have the challenges to our communities and those around us, right? Those within our family, those who are our neighbors. We've seen some of those challenges as well, in addition to the pandemic itself and the disruptions, not only and challenges to our health and to our neighbors' health and so forth, but to the supply chains from the farm to the consumer. But we've also seen a renewed awareness of other social inequities that we have in our families. And that is the renewed calls for racial justice, lots of challenges out there. And a reminder that our mission at Farmers Union is not only the economic well-being of family farmers, but also social justice. This isn't a new mission. It's been there from the very start. And sometimes in the moment, these positions can be unpopular. When Farmers Union took a position in support of women's suffrage way back, that was a really unpopular position. When they have since taken positions in support of Civil Rights Act during the 50s and the 60s, it was very unpopular. And more recently, as we have fought alongside the well-documented cases of discrimination through USDA programs for people of color, particularly Black farmers, but also Hispanic women. There have been a lot of these cases. We're still trying to reach progress there. We're making some, and I'm hopeful for the future, but Farmers Union recognizes that these are all part of our communities. When we started the call for support for racial equality or racial equity, we had calls outside of the Farmers Union family that we needed to stay in our lane, that this is not a Farmers Union issue. And how can it not be a Farmers Union issue? This is not only within our value system, but it's also us. This is a society-wide challenge, right? And we want to make sure that our neighbors, that our families, that our members are all being treated with justice and dignity. And so we will continue to strive to that point. A number of the issues that were highlighted through the pandemic within agriculture that Heidi kind of touched on a little bit here, but the challenges that Farmers Union has been fighting for since its beginning, and that is power at the farm level, and that we're seeing now this renewed concentration in agriculture, which has really centralized and concentrated the power within the food system in just a few hands. We know that it's not a resilient model. We know now, many consumers now know that when we saw ranchers having to hold cattle because they simply could not process them because we weren't protecting the workers in the plants, in the few plants that process most of the meat in the country. And that disruption goes right back to the cattlemen. When we see that prices that are being charged at the grocery store for consumers is spiking up at the same time that you're seeing a reverse spike, quite frankly, for ranchers and what they are receiving for their product, we know we have a system that isn't resilient, that isn't fair, and that we can and we should do better. And that is at the heart of what Farmers Union has been fighting for years. We are hopeful that we will be able to leverage and build upon the lessons that I think a lot of consumers saw this past year in better understanding why it matters. Why it matters when we talk about the fact that 4 beef companies, some representing foreign interests, control 85% of the market. That is incredible, right? Same trend holds true for the rest of the meat industry. We know about the vertical integration within the poultry industry. The leverage and the ability for individual farmers and their families to carve out a living is growing increasingly hard. This is important not only as we talk about the need to reform antitrust laws. I sometimes like to say on the antitrust that everybody keeps looking for bipartisan support for things, and that's true, but we usually talk about it in a really positive way. I would argue that we've had bipartisan actions in agriculture and in antitrust regulations and enforcement for a long time. That is that each administration, regardless of policy, has failed to enforce and fight, for the laws that are on the books to prevent this kind of consolidation. We do need bipartisan support, but we need it, quite frankly, to step up and do more here. We know that there are some laws that need to be changed and strengthened, but we have existing laws that simply need to be enforced. We're working with the new administration to make sure that there is a renewed attention to this and a different review of those laws from the Department of Justice point of view. We'll see where that goes, but that's one challenge that we have. That's a bipartisan lack of action that, quite frankly, we want to see change. As we look at resiliency also, and we talk about climate change, I would argue that concentration and antitrust go hand in hand with this issue. If we are talking about policies that will make us more climate resilient, they first have to work at the farm level. There are food companies right now that argue in an academic setting or maybe in a vacuum that if we just have a few massively large farms, then we can dictate the cropping practices, the style of agriculture, and we can better control that climate smart agriculture. That is exactly the opposite of what we need to do. We need to make sure that we build resiliency into our rural communities as we are building resilient climate smart agriculture. If it isn't going to work for the family farmer, quite frankly, I would argue it is not going to work, period. And so we are hopeful as we engage with this new administration, who certainly has climate mitigation, climate change mitigation front and center. They have attention at several cabinet positions, but certainly at USDA, at EPA. They have a White House point person on this with Gina McCarthy. They have John Kerry back, keeping an eye on this from a global perspective. And they keep arguing, right, that we want to make sure that agriculture, that farmers have a seat at the table. That's great. But for those of us who grew up in large families and when the big holidays would come around, I want to make sure that farmers are at the adult table and not at the kid table. We can't just be allowed to have voice. We have to make sure that whatever practices that we're talking about continue to be voluntary, incentive-based, science-driven, and a recognition that agriculture in Pennsylvania and in the Northeast is very different than agriculture in Oklahoma, in North Dakota, and in California. We cannot have one size fits all. It is about making sure that the programs that are already oversubscribed but underfunded at USDA are fully funded so that farmers, I keep hearing remarks that farmers don't want to do these practices. I don't think that's quite the case. I mean, the fact is that farmers would like to participate in a lot of these programs if it was more readily available. I think that, another thing that we're looking closely at are carbon markets and what that might mean for agriculture. I think potentially, if we don't do it right, it can mean different things. It can mean that we're driving a market where folks in the middle can grab the dollars out of it, but the farmers themselves who have their pieces aggregated together in order to capture enough carbon to trade really don't end up with much out of the process. So even as we're talking about market-driven policies such as carbon markets, whether it's USDA programs or other solutions that farmers can be part of within the climate space, from our point of view, we want to make sure in all of these spaces that it works for farmers and then it works for all the farmers out there. So that will probably mean that we have to have a lot of different types of solutions that will work for different places. I want to take just a minute to, also talk about and it's not just because he's here on the screen now here with us, but give a shout out to Pennsylvania for the really being, I would argue, a model in how to respond to such an incredible experience like the pandemic. Secretary Redding, I'm going to give you the credit, and knowing that credit goes to lots of different people here, but working with us at Farmers Union, working with PASA, working with quite frankly all the ag groups in Pennsylvania, in such a diverse state with so many different small, medium-sized farms of all types, that you very quickly found ways to pivot or to help farms pivot away from a model that maybe had their markets had evaporated, and connecting consumers and buyers to farmers in a way that I wish we could have seen repeated in a lot of other states. You really were it's not to discount the challenges that folks still experienced, and those farms that, because of their set of circumstances, could not make that pivot. But there were tremendous amounts of Pennsylvania farms that were able to, with the help of Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, to step up, meet the challenges, and continue to do what they do best. So my hat's off. Certainly on the national level, you guys were really one of those examples that I often touted to others. What can we do? What should we be doing here? But a great example of a State Department working so closely with their growers, their farmers within the states to get the solutions that work for them. And so really do want to say that. Would also just commend Pennsylvania Farmers Union for doing what you needed to during this pandemic, to stay in touch with your members, to step up, to continue to stay focused on those issues that were most important. And I'm thrilled, as I look through the program for today, that you have Scott Marlowe on to talk about mental health and farming. Quite frankly, I think that this is, the nice thing about these conversations, right, is that these are skills that are transferable even outside of ag. And in times like this with the pandemic and the stress that everyone is under right now, we all need to make sure that we have these skills in our communities so that we can execute them. Because I've seen here on the screen, I have to take a quick moment within the larger Farmers Union family to just highlight all of those folks who have stepped up to do farm stress training, and have not only gotten that training, but then have taken that back and quite literally saved lives. I'm going to call out Brent Brewer here, who's one of our Oklahoma members. But this training is important. When you get a call from someone within the network that knows that you are trained, and there's a call from a banker who has to deliver devastating news to one of their farmer members that they're not going to be able to keep the farm, that they're going to have to make really tough decisions, but they know that the farmer is going to be in a very tough mental space and is already overloaded with stress. Being able to tap into our neighbors, like those, like Brent, like Pennsylvania Farmers Union members who have received the training or who know how to connect to those who are trained, is critically important to that resilience within our communities. So I just want to wrap up by saying congratulations on not only surviving, but quite frankly, in many ways, thriving during an incredibly challenging year. But again, within Farmers Union, this is what we do. We'll continue to do this. We'll continue to stay focused on meeting the needs of our family farmers, but recognizing that we are also part of communities and that we have to make sure that our communities are also strong and resilient within that. So with that, Heidi, thanks again for letting me join you today for a few minutes, and I appreciate being here.
Thank you so much, Rob. Appreciate it. And I think I'm gonna just switch up here because I see Secretary Redding is on with us. So I'm gonna actually give him a chance because that was such a nice segue for Secretary Redding to speak. So thank you and welcome, Secretary Redding.
Good morning, everybody. Heidi, great to hear you, see you. It's good to see so many friends in the Farmers Union being with us here today. And I appreciate Lindsay's sort of opening words that you inspired me, right? I think it's a good reminder that as focused as we are on many of the contemporary issues, we're also human beings, right? And remembering the human side of our work. It's about the communities, as President LaRue notes, and I appreciate that because I think in a year where for all of us, the uncertainty, the worry, the work, but also the sense of humanity that I've seen, it's just amazing, and it is inspiring in so many ways. Not to say, that there aren't issues. I've watched, as I'm sure each of you have, just disgusted in so many ways of just the tone and the lack of civility. It doesn't solve the problems. It's not going to solve the problems. That's an important point of history. When we lose that civility and the ability to engage each other, we're never going to find a solution. And that is one of the sort of the lessons out of 2020 that I carry forward into 21, is that the importance of engagement, the importance of remembering that we're in a business that everybody counts on, everybody needs us. But we also hold in our hands things that are important to the quality of life in so many other ways. We're at the intersection of some of the most important issues of our time, of health and economics and the environment, and points that Rob has surfaced in the discussions. And I think that's a really important moment for us to remind society of our responsibilities, but also our commitment, that we are we're in the community in so many ways. And with that, it is about food, but it's also the larger care and concern, whether that be in mental health, issues of access to health, and social justice. So I am inspired by the introduction. I'm inspired by people who understand that what we are doing is in part critical to a civil society, but it is only done in cooperation, and only then can we achieve what it is that we need to do and realize the full benefits of both the work that we do in agriculture, but also have a society that we're proud of and cares for us. So I'm completely off script in terms of what I wanted to say. But as I listen, to the first introductions here to Heidi and to Lindsay and to Rob, and I just really appreciate all that is done on our behalf as citizens, but also in agriculture through the Farmers Union. And I appreciate Rob pointing out, the history, and that's also part of what I think has been revealed in this year. That there's a lot of history, there's a lot of authenticity to issues that, yes, they're now forced in front of us to deal with, but they are also rooted in history and people who have given their lives to the work of agriculture and the development of that. So thank you for that reminder as well. There's a lot I could talk about. I'll just mention a couple of things to pick up on Rob's point of the year here and what we've done. Again, it's tested all boundaries for every one of us, our personal boundaries and thresholds for pain, our political boundaries, and what it is that we can do, to resolve issues, our economic boundaries, and the social boundaries. In so many ways, it's been a year that has tested all of that. And as difficult as it's been, I also look back with some level of pride, that we were asked to do things, to respond, to think differently, to act in different ways and respond in different ways without a lot of time to ponder, what is the right thing to do? Just let's get at it. And I think early on, a call from the governor in the very early days of March when this pandemic hit us. He called me on a Saturday morning and said, Russell, I need you to join the daily calls that we have about this pandemic and response, because I am concerned about food and food security issues. And I know as we enter the days of this pandemic and the uncertainty is that this food system will be tested in so many ways. And how right he was, right? I mean, it has been tested from the farms to the food banks. And even to this day, to think that we are still serving 535,000 people a week at a food bank. Think about that, 25 million people. That's a duplicated number have been served at the food banks in the last 11 months. It's extraordinary. The level of food insecurity, many people for the very first time. But as we all know, you cannot have a charitable food system without a food system that's charitable. Can't do it. And I'm proud of that work of pivoting, as Rob noted. There are folks who are joining this morning, Michael Roth and Dr. Scheinberg, who will talk more about it. But so a lot has happened, a lot of good things, a lot of very distressing lessons of the year. But we also arrive at this moment a lot smarter, a lot more cooperation has been exhibited. And I think from a food system standpoint, we have so many good lessons that have been learned that we don't want to lose them. We want to build on those. And you'll hear about the Fresh Food Financing Initiative, which was something that we had some history with in the state, but became one of those immediate response items. And it did two things. Importantly, one is it identified those gaps that are in our food system in so many ways. And it may be, a direct access to the market for farmers, but it also may be as simple as a refrigerator at the food bank, right? That's a gap. And the fresh food financing allowed us to do that. We also initiated the PASS program, the Agricultural Surplus System. All of us were distressed by watching milk being dumped and product being wasted. In Pennsylvania, we tried to rescue that product through the PASS program, and full credit to the governor who funded that when he came to office in 2015-16. And just in 6 months, picked up 6 million pounds of product that was redirected into the charitable food system. Again, a great story, but also showed the side of our farm and farm community and their generosity as well. So there's much I can talk about. I'll just tell you that as I look at the times that we're living, the work that we've done, the lessons we've learned, is that we are also in this transformative time of engaging in these difficult issues of food access, food security, food justice. And every one of us who are in this business of food and ag and taking all of the best science and doing all of the right things have an obligation to be engaged, to be thoughtful, to be civil in solving those problems. And I'm proud of what the governor's done. I'm proud of what Farmers Union is doing. And I'm very pleased to have an administration in the Biden-Harris administration that recognizes that we have solutions, we have responsibilities, and we do need to be at the adult table. We need to be there. So I love that. And I look forward to working with you in full partnership as we tackle these issues, but always mindful that we are in that community as a full member vested. We'll have our piece, but we're also vested in that community. And that brings with it some responsibilities, a lot of responsibility. But I think we're particularly well prepared based on history, based on our experiences last year, to also contribute and solve some of these big issues of our time. So with that, Heidi, thank you. It's always a pleasure to be with you, honored to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Redding. Appreciate your words. And we have a few minutes here if there's some folks that have questions for Rob or Secretary Redding. I think they can just unmute themselves if they'd like to ask a question, correct? Okay, so if there are any questions from the floor, please just unmute yourself and ask away.
Hi, Heidi. It's Amanda. I'm in Philadelphia. I'm one of the new board members, so I'm happy to be here. I just have a question to both Rob and Brent about the work of the stress training, and if there's anyone in Pennsylvania that is doing this work and to connect with people to be a resource and help people through this practice. That would be lovely to hear about.
Brent, I might ask you to kind of talk about the model that you have in Oklahoma, and then if there's anyone who can speak to kind of the Pennsylvania, what resources might be available to either kind of build upon or so. But Brent, do you mind sharing?
Guys, I'm always willing to help. I mean, I've kind of reached out and I'm getting some attention. Oklahoma State University has a program, and this was, put on by Minnesota State University, and Eric Barbowski kind of runs this up, and I've been picked to guest speak on a few deals. And Amanda Facebooked me, and I'll be more than happy to, you can get right into my page and you can look down it. You'll see anything on there that I've done in the last year. It's been a whirlwind year. The first thing you got to do is kind of reach out to these bankers, because they're put in a tight spot. My family's been in the banking business for over 120 years here in Oklahoma. And that is a difficult situation when you have to talk to a gentleman that needs to retire out of farming. And it's a good fit. He just has to be kind of convinced that he needs to retire out. The children are not coming back to the farm for various reasons. And the training that we took was really good. I'm working right now with Soil Conservation Agency in Oklahoma. Syngenta is going to pick me up, and I'm going to do some programming for their seed dealers and their programs. So, I'm not Ted Matthews yet. I visited with Ted on the phone, and he's an amazing man. He's been doing this for indeed decades and working with, the guys up in his home state. And a lot of I sympathize with the dairy people. I don't know how they do it. They continue to not make a profit, and they want them all bigger. But to do that, it's almost going to have to become corporate. And I'm not for that. I like the family farm. I like the family working on the farm. I'm not a big farmer myself. I like family farms. And I think there's a reason that they succeed is because of the fact that they do have the strength as a family unit, and it's a way of lifestyle. And I think the economy needs the family farm involved. But any of you that are interested, and I can give you my phone number if you want to jot it down. And it's my personal cell phone number. You can call me anytime you'd like if you want to find out more. And that's area code 580-541-9594. Rob, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I appreciate you recognizing our hard work here. Scott's working on finding me facilities down there to put me in the budget. I'm going to be doing this probably at a full-time basis here pretty quick.
That's really incredible. And, again, it would just remind folks that, Heidi and the board has put together an incredible agenda of programming today. And there's lots of different models within the states that can be helpful. I've placed a link in the chat for a free online course that anybody can take that helps you not only be able to kind of self-identify stress, but also to look for ways to help anyone that you may encounter signs of suicide, how to approach that. This obviously ties in nicely with some of the work the Farmers Union has done in the past on opioid crisis that's also ravaging, a lot of communities. So there is some overlap here, but this is a course that was developed with the work of Michigan State University, and Farmers Union was very proud to work collectively with Farm Bureau and Farm Credit to make sure that this resource was not only developed, but then accessible to anyone that wants to access it. Brent and the team there in Oklahoma have a network which folks can call in, so forth. Different states have hotlines. There's lots of ways to do it, but tapping into those folks who are encountering people who may, whether that's bankers, whether that's USDA is doing their own training for folks in the county offices. But the pandemic has obviously created lots of challenges where we're all a little bit more isolated in some cases than we normally would be. So it's all the more important to be able to identify signs of stress and know what to do when that happens. But thanks, and thanks for the question.
I have a question. I don't know. Do you hear me at all?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm Mike Tabor. I'm in Fulton County, Pennsylvania. And my question is about CAFOs and whether or not they're even defined as part of agriculture. But this is a big issue in Fulton County, really big issue. But I do have to say something about the previous situation. I split my time during the winter. I'm in Tacoma Park, Maryland. And so Congressman Raskin is my congressperson. And his son worked on our farm in Fulton County. So this issue of stress and suicide is a big personal issue with me and, of course, Jamie, and to a certain extent with the country in terms of those of us who support a congressman like Jamie Raskin. But with CAFOs, that's a powerful, powerful issue in Fulton County, Pennsylvania, and probably throughout Pennsylvania and the country. So the question is, should we even be acknowledging CAFO as within the agricultural construct?
The short answer is yes. Of course. I mean, Farmers Union policy, certainly at the national level, has very strong views on environmental responsibility, as well as kind of a little bit to what Brent was just talking about in terms of size of farms and so forth, and what that does to rural communities. I mean, there's obviously the potential for enormous environmental challenges here, but in addition to that, the more that we continue to concentrate agriculture into mega operations, it's not just that environmental consequence, it's also, what that is doing to local businesses and to other farms in the area. I would also just take a quick moment to say that, we have a lot of strategic partners, right, that we work with on a host of issues. But one of those that I like to tout a lot is the fact that, we are partnering more closely with the American Federation of Teachers. Why teachers? Because teachers actually reached out to us because they want to make sure that their rural schools can attract quality teachers. And in order to attract quality teachers to those rural communities need to be thriving, right? They need to make sure that there are local small businesses there. They need to make sure they recognize that having multiple farms around an area is better because it makes those businesses more operational, which makes the community more operational. And that translates to the schools as well. So we are very happy to work with them on a lot of the concentration issues. We'll be working on concentration. When we get down to the definitions of CAFO, you'll find those in EPA regulations and so forth. States have their own. And I don't know, quite frankly, if Pennsylvania has any policy directly related to CAFOs, but I know that in the chat earlier, there were links to both the national policy and Pennsylvania policy. So I would encourage you to check that out. And policy starts at the grassroots level. So thanks for the question.
I'd like to give Secretary Redding a chance to answer too. So.
Yeah, Rob, thank you. Certainly, Michael, thanks for the question. And I'm familiar with, the CAFOs, the confined animal feeding operations is the term. They are complex. We certainly recognize that the size and complexities of these operations bring with it, a different set, appropriately different set of regulatory requirements. In Pennsylvania, we work through our Department of Environmental Protection with the EPA. They are permitted under the DEP through EPA NPDES, the permitting process. So I've worked with them for a long time. I think for all of us in agriculture, it is a development that we recognize has happened. I think for Pennsylvania, understanding that this can't be exclusively that. I mean, certainly there are benefits, but we know that we've got to have a pretty strict set of protocols and regulatory requirements around each one of them. And I think there's been recommendations as to what that needs to be enhanced. And I think that's certainly something we should talk about. But yeah, we're supportive and do believe that they should be part of that, part of agriculture and acknowledged as such.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're out of time for questions, but if you have a question, you can always to Secretary Redding or President LaRue. They will be on with us for just a few more minutes, so you could chat with them in the chat box there. We're gonna send it over to Senator Casey. We have a pre-recorded message from him that National is gonna post for us here. Thanks.
I wanted to say hi from the UK, by the way.
Gonna hop on here as the national representative and just give Charlie a moment to get everything set up. And here we go.
Hello, I'm Senator Bob Casey. Thanks for this invitation and the opportunity to offer these remarks at your virtual annual meeting. I'm grateful for the Pennsylvania Farmers Union's commitment to our farmers, our food systems, and of course our communities. As we continue to face the terrible public health crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic and the jobs and economic crisis that has devastated so many communities throughout our state and throughout the nation, we also must confront other challenges as well. The climate crisis is one that I'll talk about, but also at the same time, racial injustices that plague all aspects of our society with food and agricultural systems being, unfortunately, no exception. The new administration, the Biden administration, has prioritized food security, has also prioritized protecting our frontline workers and our frontline farmers, as well as support for rural communities and addressing the climate crisis. The Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, who, or I should say the nominee, who served as Secretary of Agriculture for 8 years, will really hit the ground running. He brings 8 years of prior experience to the USDA, as well as firsthand, intricate knowledge of the department that will allow him to be effective on literally day one. The full Senate will consider his nomination this upcoming week, and we expect that he will be again confirmed as Secretary of Agriculture and get to work right away. I wanted to highlight a couple of priorities that I hope we can work on together in the year ahead. I'll start with climate change, the climate crisis. This crisis threatens human life. It's a threat that we have to confront, and it's a threat I know that we can work together on. It threatens the overall resilience as well of our food system. I know that Pennsylvania Farmers Union shares my commitment to ensuring that farmers are part of the solution to address the climate crisis. As you know from firsthand experience, farmers across the country are facing heat stress, drought, crop damage from flooding, and also threats from new invasive species. At the same time, farmers play an important and even critical role in our fight against climate change. Practices like cover crops, diversified crop rotations, rotational grazing, and more can help farmers sequester carbon and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. To ensure we can properly incentivize and support these activities, we need data regarding the outcomes and benefits of these climate-smart practices. To address this need, last year I introduced legislation with Senator Capito of West Virginia. The name of the bill was the Farmer-Driven Conservation Outcomes Act. That's Senate Bill 3429. That bill, which we'll reintroduce this year, would establish a process through which the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, can measure, evaluate, and report on conservation outcomes in order to support farmers' efforts to achieve critical environmental goals. I plan to reintroduce the bill and work with USDA to quantify and incentivize farmers and their efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Additionally, our efforts to ensure that farmers can be part of the climate solution intersect with our efforts to rebuild our economy and, of course, to create jobs. That's why I'm calling for a substantial investment in a New Deal WPA-style jobs program that is federally supported and locally directed. As part of that effort, we need to create conservation jobs. Yes, I'll say that again. We need to create conservation jobs that will support sustainable agriculture, will also support our waterways and the health and resiliency of our rural and our urban communities. My idea is a revitalized CCC, Civilian Conservation Corps. This CCC proposal is unique in that we include not only public lands, but also conservation jobs on private lands, with, of course, the landowner's permission. But think about it, agricultural conservation and best management practices on private lands can offer enormous public benefits by improving water quality, sequestering carbon, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This CCC proposal that I have ensures that experienced farmers can serve as hosts for Civilian Conservation Corps members. Training the next generation of farmers while also expanding conservation on the land. We can also ensure these participants are connected with critical training resources and apprenticeship programs to support future farmers. Finally, when it comes to our overall efforts to invest in climate change solutions through agriculture, we have a strong partner in the White House in President Biden, and of course, eventually in a few days at USDA with Tom Vilsack. This administration is already prioritizing the fight against climate change and has made clear that agriculture and our farmers should be part of the solution. Let me talk for a minute about COVID-19 relief, agriculture, and food insecurity, food assistance. As we work to rebuild and address supply chain disruptions, we must ensure that the assistance USDA provides reflects the needs of all farmers. This means ensuring that COVID assistance supports small and medium-sized farms and farmers. Also, the same for dairy producers and specialty crop growers, organic producers, and the full diversity of farms in Pennsylvania. Our farmers play a critical role in ensuring families are able to put food on the table during these challenging times. The COVID-19 crisis and the subsequent jobs and economic crisis that flowed in its wake and is still unfortunately wreaking havoc, those two crises combined has sparked an alarming growth, a disturbing growth in food insecurity, disproportionately affecting households with children and in communities of color. We cannot allow so many Americans, especially children, to suffer the awful pain of hunger. We can do better than that. We're America. And people in Washington move heaven and earth sometimes to give a benefit to special interests. It's about time we focused more resources on food assistance to help the most vulnerable among us. While the relief bills that have been passed already this past year, as well as President Biden's executive actions, these all included investments in critical nutrition assistance programs or food assistance programs, we still desperately need to secure additional relief. The federal government has not done enough on food assistance. Both parties need to come together and do more to invest in food assistance. It's the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do. It's the American thing to do. As the president made clear in his American Rescue Plan, there is still much Congress needs to do to have a positive impact on the food insecurity crisis. These actions cannot wait, and Congress must act quickly to ensure our most vulnerable families and communities access the food that they need to stay alive and the food that they need to stay healthy. So I want to thank you again for this opportunity to share some thoughts with you today. I look forward to working together on our shared food and agricultural priorities. And I also want to thank you again for the work that you've done in the midst of this horrible pandemic. The pandemic has further intensified the challenges that you face and that we all face together within our food system. I'm grateful for Pennsylvania farmers and the Pennsylvania Farmers Union members who have played an integral role throughout the pandemic in protecting and building the resiliency of our food and agricultural systems. Thank you, and God bless your work.
That's Senator Casey is quite the orator, and he's brought forth a lot of really great ideas. I'm just blown away by the momentum around what we do and the support for rebuilding the rural infrastructure required for family farms to thrive in our Commonwealth and throughout the country. Can't say enough good things about what PDA has done over the course of this pandemic and prior to that, in fairness, to support the type of agriculture that prevails here in our Commonwealth. And we really appreciate that. The panel that we've got online this morning is around a program that Secretary Redding mentioned, and I believe Rob mentioned as well, President LaRue, was the Fresh Food Financing Initiative. It was originally designed mostly around looking at the website and reading off the website. It's a statewide public-private financing program that invests in new or expanding grocery stores and other healthy food retail outlets in communities throughout Pennsylvania through one-time grants and some loans that were available through it as well. When COVID-19 struck, the governor very wisely put a bucket of the CARES Act funding that came down from the Fed into the Department of Agriculture's very capable hands, and Secretary Redding and others, I'm sure, made the decision to plus up this sort of sleepy, not really sleepy, I mean, it was well known, and it had been even carried up to the federal level by our congressman from Philadelphia, Congressman Dwight Evans, one of my all-time favorite guys to sit and chat with, and shares the same hairdo as I. So, but we have that connection. But wisely, they expanded the program to include a more focus on what was at the time a very challenging situation for our food system in the shortage of processing. So they plussed the program up, and fortunately, myself and a few others from PASA and elsewhere kind of met with some of the key players in that program and kind of learned the lay of the land. I myself applied for it, but being perfectly honest, I only applied so that I could learn the alphabet better, so that I could help my processor get his award, because his award was much more important to me than mine. Not that I don't appreciate it and that it hasn't done great things for us and really changed things for us, but I wanted to introduce our panel around here a little bit. Mike, can you unmute yourself? Mike Roth is from PDA, works in the policy shop there, and has been a key contact throughout the process. Mike, can you give us a little background on yourself?
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks so much, Michael. It's like Michael said, my name is Michael Roth, William Penn Fellow with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. So I work in the policy office, and sort of my main key areas that I work in are food security, climate change, and also a little bit with hemp fiber. So it's really great to be here with you today, and we learn so much from the Fresh Food Financing Initiative, and we're really happy to share that story with you today.
Thanks, Mike. And also joining us from PDA is Josh Scheinberg. I've come to know Josh through a couple of different initiatives around farmer veteran work, and also more recently is through this Fresh Food Financing discussion. He was one of the names that popped immediately to mind whenever we started talking about let's have a panel on this. So Josh, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hey, pleasure to be with you all today. Really happy to talk on the topic too. And you know, I came on board in PDA with PDA relatively recently in March. So it was really trial by fire, you know, coming on in the midst of really the beginnings of the pandemic. And you know, I came on as the Eastern Regional Director, one of 3 other regional directors. And really our role is to be out there connecting with folks like yourself, being a liaison and an advocate for you, and communicating with our department and of course Secretary Redding on what's really happening out there in the agricultural community. I've also taken on a relatively new role within the department we can talk about is as veteran coordinator, and really happy to do that as well as we look at our outreach to military veterans engaged in agriculture. So thanks again for including me today, and look forward to speaking with you all.
Thanks, Josh. Jay Young is also joining us. Jay and Josh and I sat on a panel with PASA that was very similar to this back in the fall, but was mainly focused around meat processing. Our intent was to expand that conversation more around the program this time, and Jay was an awardee as well. So I thought, Jay, can you give us a little background on you?
Sure. I'm Jay Young, Rising Spring Meat Company, Spring Mills, Pennsylvania, just outside of State College. And I started, I had the vision for the company about 10 years ago now, 8 years ago, 2012. And we like to say that we serve the farmers of our region and meat eaters anywhere. I didn't do what I'm doing because I knew what I was doing. I did it because it needed to be done. And I know a lot more today, but I don't know enough. So the things that I think are important to our discussion today is how we view ourselves as a business. Where are we in our community? Who do we serve? How do we serve them? And particularly as it relates to grant funding, I think my thinking is aligned and very appreciative of the grant funding that we've been able to secure and has been available to our compatriot companies. I see us as a public trust. I see the building as a function of our community. The building needs to be doing what it's doing. Now, I'll quickly say that I've said that. One of our biggest challenges has been finding people to do the work. There's fewer and fewer people going into what we're doing, and we need to reverse that. We need to change that in any way we can. I just posted on our Facebook page the other day a PBS NewsHour report that Mike Rowe was kind of central to, in his push for trades, not just in farming and, well, actually, I don't think he even touched on farming and food production, but just the emphasis that we as Americans have put on education and basically graduating ourselves out of actually doing lifting, lifting something from here to there. We in agriculture are very familiar with lifting a bag, lifting, a bag of seed corn onto a planter. If the guys in my shop aren't doing what they're doing, the farmers bringing in the animals can't get to market. I mean, Gary's right there, Heidi's right there. We need to change the way that we view encouraging people to get into our line of work, and we need to value ourselves differently. I try to talk about I try to think about things and talk about things in terms of it's an us. Mr. Casey had said something about farmers can sequester carbon for them, for their own production, but it's actually they are doing it as part of a culture and a community that needs to be more cohesive. So I try to see our company as part of our community. I try to think about it like that. I probably think about it to the detriment, from a business aspect, I probably make decisions more based on what Mike needs versus what our company needs. And that can get us into trouble because it's not necessarily the bottom line. It's how do I get Kim Seeley to market? How do I get Kinley Coulter to market? And I say these names because those two people I failed in the past year because we were just overrun. And now this brings us back to the grant discussion. And I'm blathering on, I realize that, but to get back to the grant, there are so many choke points. So when we look at the things that we have been able to fund with the funding, they relieve choke points, and we really appreciate what Secretary Redding and our governor and Josh and Mike have done to enable that. We just really appreciate it. And I could say a lot more, obviously, but I'll stop there.
You still have time, Jay.
Oh,
we'll get
okay. I'll keep going.
No, we'll get you more time, I'm for sure. I just kind of wanted to go back and just kind of start at the beginning with this. Mike, you were right at you and Josh were both right in the department when these changes to FFFI happened. And and kind of were part of that process. So kind of wondered what that looked like, and if you could kind of just give the 10,000 foot of what the most significant changes during the COVID-19 iteration of FFI have been, and just kind of give us a background on that, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, so as was sort of mentioned earlier, there's the origin of fresh food financing was in 2004. It was a sort of a public-private partnership with the Food Trust to provide grocery stores some funding to increase fresh food in their offerings, particularly in neighborhoods that are underserved. So, you know, when looking at the challenges we saw with the pandemic, it seemed to be a natural fit to use as a scaffold to build upon, to utilize for the purposes that we did. You know, it's not every day that, you know, fortunately for us it was, but we got the $10 million, you know, directed by the governor, and we needed some way to disperse that out effectively. So the Fresh Food Financing Initiative became that vessel to do that. You know, the original Fresh Food Financing Initiative continues to be a successful program, but it is only targeted towards grocery store sort of entities. So we did want to be very intentional when doing this new iteration of it to get as many stakeholders as we possibly could who are dedicated to bringing fresh food to Pennsylvania at the table. So that's where we were able to effectively make some significant changes, really opening it up to everyone from an urban farm to the traditional grocery store, to the meat processor, to the mobile farmer's market. You know, non-traditional food systems, and I know it was sort of hinted at earlier, you know, these really big corporate entities got stuck because of some of the practice they had. So we certainly realized the folks on the ground who are doing, you know, some of the things that aren't unfortunately recognized as closely as they should be, but really trying to invest in that resiliency at the ground level was critical for us. The other aspect, just to say, similar to the original program seeking to serve underserved communities, we also wanted to really direct this towards those communities that have, for whatever reason, just not gotten the investment to have their own ability to have fresh food. So that's something we really wanted to call out, and I'll talk a little bit more later. But we really wanted those communities to see themselves in this grant to say, hey, this is a really good fit for us to build the resiliency in our own communities. So that's just the general background of how we pulled it together.
Yeah, you know, and just kind of adding to the story here, you know, if we think back to, you know, April, May, you know, when the pandemic was really wreaking havoc on not just the meat industry, both small and large, but the food industry and other agricultural industries, you know, we were in emergency planning mode, you know, and there was a lot of efforts to try to figure out what is it that each of these industries need. And, you know, the Fresh Food Financing Initiative was really one piece of that puzzle. If you recall, you know, back during, you know, the governor's mitigation orders, you know, one of the things the secretary and the department really pushed for and succeeded in was making agriculture an essential business. And, you know, thinking about the local food system, you know, that allowed, you know, farmers markets and other, you know, direct-to-consumer markets continue to provide food to consumers. As you know, was mentioned a lot here, you know, food assistance and the charitable food system was stressed and continues to be stressed. And it was, of course, a priority of the department to ensure that it succeeded through this. You know, and so there were many programs that came out of some of the COVID relief dollars from the state. There was the Dairy Indemnity Program, which provided funds for, you know, the milk industry for dumped milk and things of that sort. There was monies from the Poultry Livestock Excellence Center for livestock producers for PPE and mitigation. You know, costs supporting those efforts. And there was a lot of other, you know, technical support, guidance documents, and all sorts of outreach that the department was engaged in. But I think what was really successful and just great about the Fresh Food Financing COVID Relief Fund was that we were able to really take a significant amount of money and get it to a large grouping of agriculture industries. I mean, Mike mentioned that, this grant this grant program, it not only addressed the retail side, but it allowed, us to provide funds to things like the secretary mentioned, like buying a refrigerator. Jay had mentioned, just getting a refrigerator, so we were able to help meat processors, food hubs, grocery stores, farmers markets, neighborhood stores. It really was, very inclusive in that respect. So I think, it was certainly oversubscribed, as we know, but it really allowed us to get the aid out, to the industry, and we hope to continue that, of course.
Yeah, that raises a great question and lots of great points there, guys. I appreciate it and info. Appreciate how the evolution of how this thing kind of just on the, you guys did a great job of pivoting. A lot of farmers had to pivot during this, and you did great pivoting to meet the demand that was spiking as a result of the closures. Like earlier mentioned, that one plant out in Souderton, that JBS plant going down, taking down such a significant percentage of the capacity of the United States to process meat was just alarming and a real wake-up call. And kudos to the governor and the secretary and you guys for pivoting in a timely fashion to get real changes at the state level. And toward that end, let's talk a little bit about like some of the recipients that you guys are working with or have worked with, like just a general sense of how many of them are fit each of the criterion. Was there a formula for, okay, we have to have this many grocery outlets, this many, or was it just based basically on, here are the applicants, let's look at them all and base them on their merits, or just a point of curiosity, I guess, because it was a great addition to put processing and expand the farmers markets and farm stand type offerings. But just a point of curiosity, I wonder how many were fit each of those molds, the food retailer versus the food processor versus the farmer.
Yeah, I to be frank, it was $10 million, which when we first saw it, we were like, that's amazing. But then, that it went far, but it certainly was just a drop in the bucket at the end of the day. I remember we were halfway through the application period and we had like 20 applications, and I was like, oh God, we're gonna, maybe this wasn't the right model. And then, fast forward to the end of the day, we have tripled the ask of what we had available. So clearly, thankfully hit that target. I think we're also, given just the unprecedented nature of this, we weren't really sure how was this going to get spread out effectively. And to your point, Mike, we didn't have a solid model to say, here's how we spread this out perfectly even. But, at the end of the day, we reached 41 counties, which I don't know that we've had a grant program reach that many counties before with one go in one iteration of it. And we tried to definitely keep in mind that, it is a smaller pot of money when you think about what was eligible for some of the big grocery stores. They had a much bigger pot to pull from than some of the other categories. But thankfully, it sort of worked out in a way that the way people told their stories and explained their applications, it panned out really, really well. We also had 20 minority-owned businesses that were funded. And to your point about, sort of who were the applicants, we had, and just go through quickly, we had 17 neighborhood stores, 16 farmers markets, 5 farmer market vendors, 3 co-ops, 29 grocery stores, 5 urban farms, 4 food aggregators, 11 mobile markets, 14 on-farm markets, 2 food hubs, and 9 meat processors. That sort of reach is not something we're used to, just because of the nature of some of our other grants. They're focused. We have to intentionally target those because of a specific need. But this was a very unique case where we could really expand this out. weren't sure if people were going to take the bait of it or not, but thankfully they did, and we really got to spread that out nicely.
Thankfully, it was maybe my favorite part was the sort of acknowledgement of it all being part of the whole, rather than let's try and target this. It was just it really made it look at least like and obviously function like a big shot in the arm to food security in the Commonwealth, and it was brilliantly done. Just to the specifics, Jay, I know that you'd applied, you and I participated in a lot of different things along the way, before, during, and after this. And I know we've kind of kept in a little bit of touch, but I wonder if you could share like what the process was like for you, and what sort of improvements have you been able to make as a result? Like you talked about closing those choke points, and that's, oh man, I always call it pushing down a lump in the carpet, but choke points is probably a more
Yeah. I think it bears noting, Mike, that you and I met a year ago at PASA, and what a difference that year has made. I mean, PASA, it seems like such an innocent time, because just
feels like
on the
30
other
years
side,
ago at some point.
yeah, we were about to go over the Niagara. And I wanted to pick up on something that Mike said. He mentioned 9 meat processors, and I wanted to make this point that the meat processors, we all know each other. We work together. We're a team, and we share experiences and that sort of thing. I don't know if Mike, you heard from a guy named Ian up at Reed Brook yesterday, but he's actually in New York. And when he called me, it didn't occur to me that he was across the border. But you said 9. I had listed in my notes Nello's, John Jameson, Cunningham's, Chip at Springfield, Bub at Lehigh Valley, Jay and Mike at Smuckers, Ian at Reed Brook, Bo at Rutland, Mike and Chick up at Leona, going back to the team nature. And we're all very excited about what you've been doing. So I don't think those are the 9 you were talking about, but some of them are. But in terms of our process, I am a Luddite. Just the idea, I know a lot of you live in Zoom calls and that sort of thing. I have not, except with family and friends from college. So occasionally, like, to me, it's exciting. But the process, the common application, or whatever it's called there, that was very frustrating. Making sure you had, you had everything saved and that sort of thing. But once I'd gotten through that, and once I understood it, I thought it was doable. And I will say, Mike, hand-holding through the process was very, very helpful, very reassuring. I will say that, going back to the fact that we talk, like I know Bub and Mike Smucker are part of, they were also grantees, and I know that we talk back and forth amongst ourselves, like, have you heard from Mike? Have you gotten money yet, and that sort of thing. So in terms of the process, the extended nature of the time, because you're like, here we go, and then no, and so that's provided some frustration, but I think that frustration is minuscule compared to the excitement over what it means to our communities and our companies. There was a secondary question in there, Mike, and now I've forgotten it. Oh, what have we done with it? So refrigeration, and that's when I think it was Mr. Casey mentioned about the refrigerator. Or somebody mentioned about buying a refrigerator. That's such a critical point. Like, refrigerators, packing sheds, space to do the work. It's the sort of thing that you don't think about. I mean, your refrigeration guy is the most important person you can see drive past you on the road. Get out of their way, treat them like an ambulance. They need to get where they're going. So we have spent a lot of money on refrigeration, which allows us to chill your animals fast and keep them cold until they're cut, and then get them frozen so we can get them to market. So our cooler capacity has gone from, well, before pandemic, I would have told you the max we could put in our old coolers was 34, but it turns out it's more like 61, which is not good. But Mike, if you need it, we're going to figure out a way to make it happen. But now reasonably, we'll have gone from about 34 to about 100 head with the new cooler. So what that means, it's not, going back to how we view the business, it's not like suddenly, oh, we have the ability to do 3 times as much. It's we have the ability to handle for the farmers of our area 3 times as much. Like it's capacity for you, like it's capacity for the farmers of our region. And I think I'd asked Mike or Josh early on in the process, and this had to do with a previous grant, I think was when I was asking the question, but do they see themselves as part of this chain? Because as it happens, it is like you are, like we are, the farmers produce, we process, you guys fund and enable us to do more. We are part of a continuous chain from the farm to the processor to the distributor to the refrigerator. I think that's really been driven home. Like if anything this year drove home the idea that we are very, 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 very connected to everybody's operation. So I'll stop.
Are you sure? No, thanks, Jay. That's awesome. I think that for a lot of us that the refrigeration thing was the center of it. I mean, that was for my operation and also for our processor, Sam, with whom I also connected Mike. Mike, I won huge points that day walking into the shop after having dropped off some beef and asking Sam how it was going, and him saying, I'm having a little bit of a difficulty. And I went, wait a minute, I know a guy I can turn your right on right now. And I handed him the phone. That was like, now I'm a superhero at Whiting's Family Foods. So I appreciate that. But yeah, the help all along the way has, I mean, honestly, I'm no Luddite, but Jay, I would say that the novelty of Zoom wears off after about the 30th hour in a week.
Yeah, my wife tells me.
So, but it is a great tool to allow for this type of conversation to happen, because without it, it would be very difficult and
Right.
impossible in these times. But yeah, our project was the same. It was around expanding our refrigerated capacity. So we found during the spike in the pandemic, caused by the pandemic early on, that we were quickly out of space to hold enough meat to meet the demand. So we ended up sort of adapting that to the idea of processed poultry, taking poultry all the way down 2.5 hours from here to process. The safety concerns with transporting that home, we had addressed it in sort of makeshift fashions, but we came up with a solution that addressed both that problem and the problem of when we have overflow, what do we do? Like when we have too much meat to get into our walk-in, how do we address that? So what we ended up doing was using our grant to purchase a trailer and a ice transport. In fact, it even came with stickers that would spell out ice on the side. I'm not putting them on. I might have the same font cut into something that says meat, but then I'm pretty sure I'd have to put not for hire or something on there somewhere. So not probably going to do any of that right now, but it's the hope is with ours is to turn that into something that maybe other folks look at that idea and say, hey, if I had that cold storage, then I could go to farmers markets. I could do that, that sort of thing. I could set up buyers clubs. One of the things we're looking at doing with this new functionality is setting up a buyers club where folks order online products that we have available and pay for them right at that point. And then we just set up a drop point in different parts of the state here that we're not ordinarily able to access, whether it be downtown Sharon or across the line in Youngstown or down to Pittsburgh or up to Cleveland. I always joke that we're geographically blessed here, only because there are major population concentrations within, an hour's drive of here, an hour and a half. So we're kind of out in the country, but also close enough to do damage. And folks come from those directions. But I think we could pull a much bigger customer base if we did something along the lines of attending farmers markets in those places or providing a buyers club type situation. So we're still looking at exactly what that's going to look like. But in the meantime, we have a safe way to transport poultry. And I put 3 beef in there the other day that I took it down to Whiting's. And the third beauty that I hadn't thought of, as Sam pointed out, was, next time you bring beef, just bring that thing down and park it here, plug it in. Instead of loading into my freezer, I'll load into your freezer and call you, and you come pick it up and take it home. And the even better part is, when I get home, if I don't feel like unloading, I just plug it in.
Mhm.
It's down to negative 8.2 overnight. It's really changed the game for us. And I'm hopeful that that sort of thing will allow other farmers like us to pursue more of that retail dollar that's eluded the family farms for so many decades now. So that's kind of my story. But again, I only started into it because I learned about it through that processing group and through our meetings with Mike and Josh and
Yeah.
stuff early on.
Yeah, Mike, definitely. Mike McGrory, that name should come up.
That's
Yes.
right. Mike McGrory and
Yep.
Phyllis Rubin were part of that group, and Sarah
Sarah Nichols.
Nichols from PASA. We still have meetings, so we still meet every other week and just chat and just see how's it going this way or that. That was really what alerted me to FFFI. I'm not want to chase things like that down, but the potential for impacting both our kind of food and the rest of the food that predominates in the Commonwealth was too much to resist. I couldn't not get involved in that. So
Can I jump back on something?
Sure, absolutely.
So you had mentioned about your centrality to the various communities within an hour and a half. I mean, so this is a meeting of the Pennsylvania Farmers Union. So Pennsylvania, I'm from Massachusetts originally, forgive me, but I told somebody the other day I was Massachusetts by birth, but Pennsylvanian by choice.
It's not your fault.
I know. But we sit in a very central location to more than 50% of the nation's population, I think is true to say. So we as a state, so we're talking about Governor Wolf, Mr. Redding, Mr. Scheinberg, Mr. Roth, the processors, the farmers, we are centrally located to best serve the nation's population. So we have an opportunity to invigorate our agricultural economy. I mean, that's going back to the mission statement. We're here to serve the farmers of our region and meat eaters anywhere. I don't care if somebody in Oregon wants hawks. I'll send them hawks. That's fine. But it supports, it supports Dan Shook, pig farmer. I used to drive into New York City, and I'd have this vision coming out of the hills and look at all those skyscrapers, all those mouths, all those refrigerators. Pennsylvania should see itself as the provider, and I'll include New York and New Jersey and Maryland, but
but really mostly Pennsylvania.
Really mostly Pennsylvania. Yeah. But it's, we're a team, we're a group of people. We have a massive opportunity, a massive demand, and we really want to be part of it and appreciate the opportunity and the support.
Everybody eats, for sure.
Everybody
and more people are paying attention to what they eat. So we're definitely in a catbird seat in our geographic region. So guys, I just thought I'd throw out to the group here, and anybody feel free to jump in. Obviously, this was a popular enough and successful enough program that back when it first was enacted, and that first farm bill that it went in under, I think it was the 14 Farm Bill initially, had the HFFI, which is the federal version of the Fresh Food Financing Initiative, called the Healthy Food Financing Initiative. So I've been beating the drum to anybody who will listen about how do we do something similar to what Pennsylvania did with FFFI in the crisis at the federal level through HFFI, maybe through whatever the next round of stimulus looks like, carving a piece of that out. Obviously, we're talking on the state level here, but the successes are really phenomenal for the small investment relative. I mean, $10 million to anybody is a lot of money, but in the big picture of what we're talking about, the impact that $10 million had, what if we put a couple of $100 million on it at the federal level? How much good could we do all the way across the country? So with that in mind, what are your thoughts on how do we beat that drum loudly enough so that folks in those decision-making capacities at the federal level, take note of the good things that's happened here in Pennsylvania around FFI and sort of drive that conversation at the federal level. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? I mean, other than being a pain in the butt like I am to anybody who will listen.
Well, Michael, let me just back up for a moment. And one thing I just want to mention too, so what was, I guess, different about FFFI COVID Relief Fund in Pennsylvania was that, this was part of a, emergency relief program. And it's a little different than, what the department had done in 2019 with the Pennsylvania Farm Bill, it being, the only farm bill passed from a state, and it being that unique. And so I think it's important to note that, what allowed, I think, the flexibility that occurred there with providing these kinds of funds to so many different people was that it was more suited as a relief type of grant program. And Mike can talk better about this. And if I say something stupid, Mike, please correct me. But, the previous FFFI program was a public-private partnership. And, it had a lot of, backing from various groups that did a lot of research and studies on where there was, food deserts and lacking the opportunities for fresh food and these kinds of things. And, its success, drew from that grassroots research and growth and what it did and what it allowed there. And that's it's just, I just want to make that clear, because I think if we look, in the future to these kinds of programs, they'll require some kind of legislation, which is a lot different than what we had here. So I think, as we look to, the federal side and these kinds of things, I think programs that do combine, those public-private partnerships that allow other groups to, leverage funds, for these kinds of things and work with state government, work with federal government, that I think is where we'll see some of that flexibility. We're fortunate to have so many grant programs coming out of the Pennsylvania Farm Bill, but as you'll read, into them, they're specific. And as Mike mentioned, they're specifically targeted to whichever industry that they're aimed at. And it's because, that legislation dictates what that money can be used for. So it's just and I think an important distinction that, again, was really important, and we needed that during the pandemic, but that is what I think made the flexibility and what made it so successful.
For sure. Thanks for that, Josh. That was actually going to be another question, and it tied in with one that came in on the chat around if there'll be funding for this type of thing in the future. And the PA Farm Bill thing seems like a logical place to put a more permanent version. Maybe it's something that we can start working on some of the ag committees on the House and Senate side. But just before we kind of wrap up here, even though we started a little bit late, we are at just a few minutes before the lunch break, and I wanted to kind of give everybody an opportunity if there were any questions of anybody on the panel here. If you'd want to jump in here and unmute yourself and go ahead and ask away. We got just a few minutes.
Give me a few minutes and we're almost done.
So I'm gonna say, I guess probably we're all ready for lunch would be my guess, or we covered everything so completely. That's what it is. Let's go with that, guys. Everything was spoken through so thoroughly that there are no questions remaining. So,
Question.
Sure, go ahead.
I'd like to ask Mike and Joshua, where we are in the process of the PA Farm Bill #2.
Yeah, so we certainly have been kicking around a lot of ideas of new things to integrate. However, I will say, the sort of distinction between a Farm Bill 2 with new ideas versus the second iteration of Farm Bill So we are actively right now releasing the second cohort, basically, of Farm Bill grants. And, just to give a plug here, there will be another meat processor grant coming out very soon, and another urban ag infrastructure grant very soon. And just as a quick plug, if anyone, on this call has questions about Farm Bill programs, or, you're interested, you want to be put on notification lists, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or Josh. And hopefully you guys have our information. If not, I'm happy to connect with you all. But yeah, so, right now it's sort of a copy paste of last year's for the most part of doing some things. But, just as an aside, working in some of the climate change space, I would not be surprised if hopefully that's a direction we can go with a future iteration. Again, I'm sort of out of those conversations as the next iteration. But I think there's a lot of ideas and things we've learned from the pandemic that will be sort of ingrained in a future version of the Farm Bill. The last point I'll make on that is sort of what Michael was saying about, could fresh food financing find a home in a future iteration of the Farm Bill? This was a very unique opportunity that we were able to get that 10 million for that. The entire Pennsylvania Farm Bill is 23 million. So, I can't sort of speak to, certainly if we had that opportunity again, we would love to run this program again. But I think more importantly, one, this is a tool we have in the back of our pocket, so that if an opportunity would arise, hey, we already have the deployment strategy ready to go. The second aspect, though, I would say there's a lot of things that the Fresh Food Financing Initiative did touch, similar to what we tried to do with our Farm Bill. So I think some of the strategies there, for instance, the Fresh Food Financing Initiative didn't have a matching requirement, and especially during the emergency nature of this was absolutely critical. But thinking about things like that and some of the lessons learned about how long it took, unfortunately, to process some things are all things we can add to the Farm Bill programs we already have to make them more efficient, more fast at deploying funds. So I think, in the meantime, if an opportunity unfortunately does not come along, we can still implement the strategies we learned to implement them into the Farm Bill grants we already have.
Thanks for that, Mike. And I think I might know where there's some cash coming from that could be funneled sort of that direction at some point in the near future, depending on how things go in the legislature.
Great.
Yeah, I'll talk to you Tuesday, right? I think. But anyhow, I'd like to thank you guys very much, Josh and Jay and Mike. Tremendous job on getting this very impactful piece of grant money available to the sector that's feeding Pennsylvanians. And by all means, everybody enjoy your lunch. We'll be back here in 45 minutes, Heidi, or
Half hour.
half hour? Wow. I'll have to eat fast.
Go heat your food and then come back. You can eat while our food safety coordinator
Maybe I
runs.
just finished my oatmeal from getting
We're here, we're going to keep this open. So if, anybody wants to be here and just kind of wants to chat with each other, feel free, and we'll see you back in a half hour.
Hey, Maggie. I see you there.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Michael. Good to see you. Hi, Karen.
Hi, Karen.
Hi.
Hey, Michael. Hey, Jay. How are your goats?
Hey, Aaron. Hey, Brett. Here's my special mirror. Thank you, Josh and Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jay. It's nice to see you, Jay.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Heidi.
We don't see enough of you.
Yeah, I told Gary, he called the other day and I said I'll call you back in 20 or whatever, and never happened.
Yeah.
But tomorrow morning or Monday morning.
Yeah, awesome.
Hey, pleasure being with you all today. Please feel free to reach out to me anytime on, really any topic. If I don't know the answer, we'll certainly find the people who do. So,
Sure.
We're a resource for you. So again, it's great being with you guys today.
Thanks. We appreciate your time, Joshua and Mike.
Thanks so much.
Take care.
Yeah, it's good to see your faces, by the way.
It's taken a while, but yeah.
I didn't even know you guys had faces, being honest.
No, that's right.
Well, I had shaved my beard just like Michael has just before this, just to make sure.
Well, it'll grow back. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. All right, take care.
Heidi,
Yes.
is there going to be anything on the, Mike Tabor?
Yes.
Is there going to be anything on the program on any reaching out by CASA-oriented farms? I mean, CSA farms to moderate and low-income people and the moderate and low-income communities, because that's what we're heavily involved in. I'm wondering if that's a topic coming up.
We're not going to be talking about that today, but I mean, we can certainly put together, another series on that issue, as I think it's something that we should be talking about. Yes.
The reason I ask, I mean, every Friday, for instance, we just volunteer, but one of our community projects is feeding 400 families.
Just tell them.
And it's an amazing program with expired foods. When I say food, I mean they're getting bags of 40, 50 pounds of expired, but lettuce, grapes, cucumbers, carrots, kale. It's a very impressive program off season. I marvel at it, but I volunteer on Fridays as well as my wife for, I don't know, 5 hours giving out the food to overwhelmingly Latino people, but also Caribbean and people of color.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, since we do that locally, if there's any consciousness of that on a larger scale, either regionally or nationally. I mean, Philadelphia is a perfect place for that, but we're not in Philadelphia.
Yes, I mean, I think there are both regionally, locally, regionally. I'm sure Amanda can speak on that, but actually one of our presenters today, Maddie, is going to be touching on this subject, but I think it would be good to delve deeper into it in a separate session.
Heidi, this is Sue. I'll just chime in here. There are a lot of models already that are operating from different points in the food system along that, Michael, around Pennsylvania, and there are also across the Northeast. So I think there's a lot of resources from whether you're a farmer or you're a farmer's market or even a processor or a distributor that you could easily, do networking and sharing with. And this is Susan DeLand, and I'm coordinator with the Lehigh Valley Food Policy Council.
Awesome. Thank you, Susan.
Yeah, that sounds like a great program that we could maybe try to throw together in the next, couple months here before spring, even maybe in March, April.
Yeah, just to expand on it, this is all food that normally would be thrown out. I can't, I look at the food, a lot of it's organic, certified organic. As I say, I'm just a volunteer worker there, even though I'm a farmer that provides food to that co-op during the farm season. I ask and I said, well, what about this milk? What about these nuts? What about this really fresh looking lettuce? And they said, oh, normally this would all go in the garbage. So the fact that it's feeding 400 families and normally would end up in the garbage in the dumpster is really impressive to me.
Because Pittsburgh has that rescue app and stuff too, and they might be a good resource to talk about how I know they've expanded to different cities.
Yeah.
But I think letting people know about resources is so important for sure, and connections.
And this is probably because the community where I am during the winter is very politically attuned. As I say, it's Jamie Raskin's district. So it's very, very aware of food scarcity and food insecurity, and with a lot of activists in the community. As I say, we're just volunteers there that marvel at the lines of people coming and the fact that normally this stuff would all be thrown out. And it's given away free.
Thank you,
Okay.
Michael. That's
Sure, thank you.
good. No.
Yeah, I just also wanted to mention in Pittsburgh, there's a organization there that's been giving food, Rakib Quiba. I don't know, the Black Farmers. Oh, Michael.
Black
oh,
Urban Gardeners. It's called Bugs.
Bugs, yeah. They have a couple of different projects that are going on, but I know they're really touting the amount of food that they've been giving away at free farmer, at these free farmers markets of food, that would normally be entering into the, become that as wastage. So it's great to see a lot of these new things, especially in urban sectors where, there's a lot of food insecurity. So it's happening all across the state.
Yeah.
So I know what to do then.
Thanks, Susan. My name is officially now Gary Bloss.
Yeah.
No, it's cool. Okay, well, we're gonna get going and get started here again. Hopefully you guys have some food in front of you or a cup of tea and you visited the bathroom, and we're all set to go for the afternoon for our exciting programs. Well, we're going to start off first with our food safety coordinator and all the amazing work that we do through the local food safety collaborative. My husband and extraordinaire, Gary Bloss, is going to tell us about our work with Lancaster Farm, local food safety collaborative, and the wonderful work that we're doing in food safety. So, Gary.
All right, I'm gonna pop through the virtual screen here, and whoops. And all that practice, and now we're okay. Share a screen.
Looks good.
And there we go. So, yeah, I think originally, Heidi, we have another video module that we're working on, but we don't have anything really in the can, so to speak. But thought I'd use this time to give an update and a little background on where we've been with the local food safety collaborative and what we're doing and where we're going with that. As some of you may or may not know, that the Local Food Safety Collaborative is a collaboration between National Farmers Union and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. They are the lead agency, providing outreach and education to and training to local producers and processors in order to enhance fundamental knowledge of produce safety. Some of the partners, for instance, include National Young Farmers Union, the other states that we're working with, also the Northeast Center to Advance Food Safety, or better known as NECAFS, is another organization that had a conference actually this past week, Wednesday and Thursday. We were on that call. Last year I had reported on progress to date utilizing the program grant from the the collaborative, combined with other funding we had received from complementary funding from Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and actually we also had complementary funding to do some trainings with PASA and through an RK Mellon Foundation grant. But we ended up producing a series, conducting, I think about 20 some trainings throughout the state. On the right there, you see some of the areas that we covered: Easton, Millheim, Center County, Philadelphia. We did too. I'll speak to that a little bit more. We went all the way out to Edinburgh with the Mellon Grant. Pittsburgh. We did some work, a training also with the Clarion Organic people out in Sligo, but gives you a sense of what the Alliance program, our training work was. But in addition, we created this series called Putting on Your Food Safety Lenses. It's a series of 6 modules that are up on the Pennsylvania Farmers Union website. I think actually Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture has it on their site as well. They actually showed it last year at the farm show. But it's a series of 6 modules that we produced dealing with the produce safety rule and its application on various farms, including our own farm there. Module 1 was the land you grow on. Module 2, we had wildlife, livestock, and pets. Module, whoops, we didn't get 3 in there, but it gives you a sense of, these vary. They're about 5 minutes each clip. Post-harvest procedures, it's another area, and packing, packaging, and sanitation. But in one of the trainings that we did do toward the end of, actually it was in July of 2019, was at One Art Community Center in West Philadelphia. And we were a little concerned. I mean, it was late in the year for farmers and the farming community to attend a training. Most of them occurred like earlier in the year when farmers are a little less busy. But we did it, and we were also concerned because Extension Service had done several trainings in the Philadelphia area. But we were pleasantly surprised when we did get a great showing. I think there was about 30 some attendees, individuals that came out to take that training, and we did it at One Art Community Center in West Philadelphia, which was we may, if we have time, I'll show you a little bit. We did some filming there in conjunction with another module that we're working on. But anyway, that kind of gave us the idea to focus a little bit more on the needs of the urban sector for farming. Lindsay Gilmore there, you see front and center there. She's also on we'll have her maybe chip in a little bit here with what we're doing right now with what's the 2020 Local Food Safety Collaborative Sub-Award. It's really a year-long project. We started thinking about it back early in 2020, before COVID. And then it was finalized in more toward April. Really didn't get working on it till later in the summer. But the idea was to The award provided us with the opportunity to address the perceived needs and to try again to capture some urban farm footage for our series, Putting on Your Food Safety Lenses. In addition, we were positioned well with our consultant and lead trainer, Lindsay Gilmore, and singer extraordinaire, and food safety educator trainees to identify and deliver services to the target audience for this award through the collaborative effort with their food safety outreach programs grant aimed at building the capacity of community-based produce safety education for hard to reach farmers in the Mid-Atlantic. And maybe Lindsay, if you're there and want to chime in a bit about the collaboration that we're working on and talk about some of the educators, please do.
Hey, yeah, thanks, Gary. So I've been working with a little organization on the Delmarva for the last 4.5 years called Chesapeake Harvest. It's actually a project of the Eastern Economic Development Corporation, and one of the most successful programs they've had is our food safety education project. And we've had a number of different grants. We're on our second food safety outreach program grant from USDA NIFA. And in the first grant, we were focusing a lot on working with farmers, doing on-farm webinars supplementary to the produce safety rule, and a lot of one-on-one work, which we're continuing to do. But the other thing we did was start to work with what I'm calling community-based food safety educators, which is what I am. I'm not associated with Extension. I'm not with the Department of Ag. I'm a free agent. I work with a lot of different nonprofits in the Mid-Atlantic and nationally. And I was given the opportunity to get a lot of training over the years in the different Group GAP projects and various other projects that I've been involved with, Group GAP pilot projects. And so I felt like it was really important, especially for urban farming communities and very small farms, to have educators that are based in those communities. So I actually have 4 educators from the Baltimore area, although Aaliyah Fraser, one of them, has been in Trinidad for the last year and hasn't been able to get back. So she's not unhappy about that, I have to say. But we have 4 trainers from the Baltimore area. We have a new cohort of 4 trainers. LaQuanda Dodson from Sankofa Farm in Philadelphia, Thelonious Cook, who has a farm way down in the Virginia tip of the Delmarva, and Ruth Tyson, who some of you know through the Chesapeake Food Shed Network, and Maisha Taylor, who's with Black Yield Institute in Baltimore. So now I've got 8 trainees, and we're going to be collaborating with Pennsylvania Farmers Union to provide opportunities for the trainees to get more training and also to teach. So they get.
I can, Lindsay, we have a little limited time, but I can step through and kind of play off of what you just spoke to there. Actually, Aaliyah, right to the right of Lindsay there, was one of the educators that we helped train through the Train the Trainer program. We also did Nikisha Madsen, who's working with us on the current project. But one of the things that we, the deliverables was, to provide a supplement focused on urban farming to the Putting on Your Food Safety Lenses modules. We also wanted to gauge knowledge and interest in produce safety concerns with the target audience, and I'll speak to that in a little bit with a survey. But the other deliverable that we're looking to provide is an online food safety clinic, and that's what we're gearing up for. Lindsay will be involved with it, and also some of the educators that Lindsay spoke to. We may also do an additional online grower training. We haven't done an online grower training, but we may still do that. So this is actually Noelle Walford. She's the executive director with Urban Tree Connections. They actually have about 7 gardens and farms in the city. And she, we worked with her to do the on-farm video assessment. We actually did that back in, we tried to do it, we had trouble back in September, weather-wise, and then finally we got to do it in October. Ironically, it was the same day as the sad and regrettable shooting incident with Walter Wallace Jr. in that same neighborhood. So, the crew is professional, and we had also had to deal with helicopters flying over in terms of the audio and all that. But all in all, it was successful, and that's some of the footage we'll be drawing for to produce our online connection. Kimberly Rakes is another educator that Lindsay's working with that helped us that day. I'm going to step through these quickly because I see we're quickly running out of time. Natalie Agut, lead farmer for the UTC at the Neighborhood Food Farm, was one of the, I guess in this case, the cast that we're interviewing, along with Devin Esch, the food distribution coordinator for the Neighborhood Food Farm and Urban Tree Connection. Again, we're kind of focusing on the similar things that we focused in the modules in the more rural farm settings, but again, putting the urban spin on it and how farms and gardening work to address the produce safety rule in this urban setting. Urban water sources are, typically, not drawing from wells, but the urban system. So things like that. Here's a quick our outreach survey. That was something we focused on in the last couple of months. Still, looking on that. In fact, next week we have a kind of summary and kind of where we are and where we're going type of meeting that's coming up soon. So that will help us guide us on the other and inform the other deliverable, the food, the produce safety food clinic or online clinic. So that's in the planning process. And then we have just a few minutes left. And with that, I think I'm going to just do a quick share of while we're down in the West Philadelphia area. I'd like to share a little bit. This is a string out of a video that can kind of give you a sense of what's going on in the urban setting. Malika Gilpin is also the runs this center. She's also the event coordinator for NESOG. That's another story. But let me just play a quick sense because this is important. This is actually in West Philadelphia. It opens up, you kind of go through a steel door, and then all of a sudden you come into this oasis of activity in terms of meeting the food system demands and serving the local community. So let me just.
Hey, Gary, sorry to interrupt. You just need to change your screen share. Unfortunately, it's not showing the video right now.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Let me see how I stop this one.
Should be at the top of your screen.
Stop. Okay, there we go.
And then you can reshare the new video.
Stop that one. And then screen share again. Oops, did I do that right?
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, so I'll just give you a quick sense. I'm sorry to rush through this. There's a lot more I wanted to say, but this will give you a sense of our focus and how we're reaching out.
About who we are, One Art Community Center. We've been here, first of all, for 19 years. And we're basically a hub of businesses and community groups, and they're all Black and Brown owned and operated. So we all just try to operate here together. And we kind of function as a big ecosystem. So as we do the tour, you'll kind of get a chance to see that. Earlier, you were over at Urban Tree Connection. They have an office center here, as well as other community groups. So this is our beautiful stage. We've had international artists as well as local artists come and perform. So you can see right now it's, we've got some building materials. That's actually hempcrete up there. We had a big hempcrete workshop and Had about 35 people come out and learn how to build with hempcrete. So that was really cool. But we're all about just teaching and growing together with our community.
Just do another quick jump. It literally is an oasis.
Our oasis.
Once you go back into, this is within a city block, essentially. So much is going on.
In here. And you can see over here, this is our, well, it started off as the chicken coop.
But they even have a horse there, but and containers that have been converted, working with a Temple professor with hydroponics and aquaponics. But I think that's about all the time we have, but I did want to give you a sense of what we're working on in terms of local food safety and National Farmers Union. And I appreciate all the work. National has really been very supportive in our efforts here. So thanks, Charlie. Yeah, I think he's on here as well. So I believe that's all I have time for. And I think questions will be kind of held to after the other presentations. So thank you for this opportunity, and I'll stop the share there.
Great stuff you got going on out there, Gary. You guys are doing yeoman's work. It's an awesome effort. And really appreciated. Our next speaker here is an old friend of mine, Scott Marlowe. Scott's got some great information about, well, I'll just let him take it away. Scott, go ahead. Why don't you?
Thanks, Michael. Can you hear me okay? First of all, I just put a set of different resources in the chat for people to pull down. And right now at the beginning, I want everybody to take out your phone. Take out your phone, and I want you to put in the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline number into your phone. And that number is 800-273-8255. It's in the chat. You can look it up there. Take out your phone. Go ahead and just put it into your phone now. My name's Scott Marlowe. I worked for about 20 some years for an organization called the Rural Advancement Foundation International, based in North Carolina. Great organization, does great work, probably better now that I'm out of the way. But for about 10 years of my life in different incarnations, I was the point person on, I was the person answering the phone on farm hotlines for RAFI or for Farm Aid. And that's kind of what I'm bringing here. My expertise is more in financial counseling and disaster programs and disaster relief, but you can't work on those things without working on mental health issues. I don't think I have to tell this group that this is an issue right now, but I'm gonna talk I'm gonna give a couple of main points and then sort of get into some nuts and bolts. The first of those is when people go through extremely difficult times, this combination of financial crisis and mental health issues and all that. I mean, so first of all, we know what happens. This is not a mystery. We know that financial issues, farm financial issues and rural financial issues lead to significant increases in, that frustration is either going to go in, and if it goes in, then it increases in depression, suicide, substance abuse, or it's going to go out, in which case it is increases in domestic violence and radical extremism and things like that. People who are going through something like this are looking for three things. They're looking for relief, they're looking for connection, and they're looking for meaning. And they're going to find those three things somewhere. And if there aren't people present who help them find those three things in positive, loving, and good ways, there will be people present willing to help them find those things in negative and often tragic ways. And so my second point with this is I benefit from being the inheritor of an extraordinary amount of community-based wisdom that grew out of the 80s farm crisis, and people I've worked with who've been in this issue and in this stuff for 30 years or 40 years. And we often look to professionals. We look to mental health professionals. We look to cooperative extension. We look to our agencies. Over time, the most important and most effective interventions on these issues have always been farmer to farmer. Stop, wait, or check, please. That is always the most important and the most critical connections are farmer to farmer or peer to peer. And I would say we talk a lot about farmer stress. Farmers, while it's a significant issue in the farm community because of a lot of the isolation issues and other things, it is not limited to that. And it is often true also, and it's often equally as true in the community of people who work with farmers as it is for farmers themselves. So the second thing I would say is if you are in the rural community and you believe you may at some point have these kinds of conversations, I would strongly suggest getting quick suicide prevention training. Maybe you never use it, that's fine. But if you need it, it's great to have. In the list that I put into the chat, there are 2 of the groups that I know of who provide layman suicide prevention training. QPR, it's like $20. You can do it online. It takes an hour. It's really not hard. It's sort of the mental health equivalent of CPR is what they've designed it to be. It's for lay people, those kind of things. Get the training. This is not a conversation about, I'm not doing suicide prevention training. And that's something else. And I really urge you, if you think you might at some point need it, just go ahead and do it. To cut to the chase, the big message of what I'm here to say is, 1, if you have the thought, if the thought comes into your head that someone's in trouble, ask. Ask, always ask. It is better to ask and show concern and be embarrassed than to have to say later, well, I thought something might be up, but I didn't know how to talk about it, right? It is much better to ask and show concern and show those things first. The second is, the big message is you are not alone. We have to say that to each other and to say that to people over and over and over and over again. You are not alone. And there is hope. And so those 3 things, if you don't take anything else away from what I'm saying today, take away those 3 things. Always ask, you are not alone, and there's hope. One of the things that people are always concerned about is who to call in the case they run across something. That 800 number for the suicide prevention line, it's great because it's not just for people who are contemplating or things like that. It's for anyone who has concerns or questions or anything about how to handle potential suicide situations. So you can call and say, hey, this is what's happening. Where do I go? You can call them and they'll talk you through it. They're incredibly helpful. I would also throw out for rural folks, the faith community is often not included in the discussions that we have about these issues. It's critically important. One of the first questions that I ask when I'm working with a farmer who I think might have issues, one of the first questions that I'm going to ask, or somewhere in there, I'm going to ask what church you go to and who's your pastor. Because if things start to go bad, that's who I'm calling. Because they have an existing relationship with the family. They know where they are. And I have had that conversation where I've called pastors and said, I don't know what you got planned this afternoon, but you need to change it because you need to get down to this house because these people need your help right now. And then you add in all of the other professionals. I'm going to focus for the next however many minutes on that first moment, basically the catch, what I call the catch, which is, generally, you will not have what you have on a crisis hotline, which is someone calling up saying, I'm in trouble. The way these things play out is what you're looking for is radical changes in behavior. So a person who's always been well-shaved and well-dressed and had their farm's been clean or, ditch banks mowed, all that kind of stuff, suddenly they're not shaved. They're very disheveled, unkept, all of those kind of things. Or you're looking for absence, a person who has been at church every week for years and suddenly they haven't been there for 2 months. Someone who's come to the coffee shop, 3 times a week or 4 times a week, for a long time, suddenly they're not there for a few weeks. You're looking for these changes in patterns. The other thing is that the people who are having a hard time will frequently what we're really talking about is our willingness to talk about things that are very uncomfortable to talk about. And people don't want to do that unless they know that there's some level of safety. So frequently what people will do is they will throw out a test. They'll throw out a test in a conversation. They'll make a side comment. They'll make a joke. They'll make a, oh, I don't know if I'm even here next year, right? Or they'll do something like that. The catch is having the courage and the engagement to go, wait, what? What did you say? It's an active thing. It's not a passive thing. So it is going, wait, what? Are you okay? Is there something going on? And so it's that the courage and the concern to be able to stop and really engage there, and then being willing to be present with those really uncomfortable things to talk about. So when you're in that process, the first thing that you're doing, so as you're letting someone sort of get it all out, the first thing to do is to get it all out. Okay, what's going on? Get it out. What else? What else? Come on, keep telling me what else? What else? Our tendency is to get back to things that are comfortable. When we're talking about uncomfortable things, our tendency is to want to get back to places that are comfortable for us to talk about. And that usually means either playing down the situation, oh, it's not that bad, don't worry about it, you just need to buck it up, you just need to go, it'll be fine. Or jump to, well, here are the solutions, here's what we're going to do, or those types of things. We're either, because those are the places that are comfortable for us to talk from. We need to not do that. We need to especially not use any sentence that uses the word just. Well, you just need to grow hemp. Well, you just need to do this. You just need to do that, right? That's not where we're going. The biggest thing about this is being present in that discomfort and that really uncomfortable conversation. One of the things that I talk about with people a lot is when you're assessing a situation like that, all of the materials about assessment and farmer assessment is usually about things like, what's your cash flow? What's your, the really big picture stuff. And we're not talking about that. That'll come later. What we're talking about is what wakes you up in the middle of the night? Are you losing sleep? What's waking you up? Usually when a farmer starts to go through something like this, there is something that is coming. There's something that's about to happen. They've gotten a notice of foreclosure intent. They've got a repo notice. They've got a bill that's coming up that they can't pay. They know they're gonna have to tell their wife that they took out a loan that she didn't know about. Any number of things like that. So one of the most important things that you can do is to get out what is going to happen, what's about to happen, what's going on, what is weighing on your mind most intensively. And it may be a farm thing, it may not be. And it's usually not the first thing that they lead with. It's usually not the first thing out. But being able to be present in those difficult conversations, and then you start to put together a plan. And by a plan, we're not talking about long-term. We're not talking about here's how we're going to change the business. We're talking about, okay, tomorrow you're going to call your pastor. Tomorrow you're going to go and talk to this person. This evening, we're going to get together and we're going to sit down with your wife and your kids and we're going to talk about this. It's what's going to happen in the next couple of days. The next thing is the best role that you can have is as a partner. You don't have to solve things. You don't have to know things. You don't have to solve things. It's just to walk through the process and be present. You are not alone. Let people know that they're not alone in the process, and don't let them. So that if you're saying, okay, tomorrow you're going to call this guy, then you want to, at the end of the day tomorrow, call them up and say, hey, did you call the guy? Did you do this? Which will tell you a series of different things about where they are in the process. So, and I know I'm coming up to the end of my, and this is like a fast dump on these things. No one has, one of the critical things is people think that if they ask about mental health issues or they ask about suicide or they ask about those things, that somehow they will put those things into someone's head. And the opposite is true. Frequently by asking, what you're doing is you're allowing that person to get it out of their head. And if you're having a conversation with someone and that comes into your head that they might be in real trouble, chances are you're right. And by asking, what you're doing is you're opening up that door and that opportunity for them to get it out and to be able to create the space for them to start to move to something better. So ask. That's the over and over and over again. And so I'll just close real fast with those three things, you're not alone, ask, and there is hope. And if you stick with those, you'll be fine. And it's critically important. Thanks, Michael. I think that's my time. So I'll do whatever you want and we can do questions or whatever, but that was really fast, but I hope it was helpful.
Oh, we really appreciate it. Thanks to that, Scott. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to have Maddie do her presentation, and then we're going to open up to questions to both you and Maddie and anybody on the Farmers Union staff here. So, okay, thanks so much for your time.
Cool.
And I'm going to pass it over to Maddie King. So if you want to introduce yourself and then go into your presentation, that's great. Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that talk from Scott. That's really great to hear. It's someone who has peers who are struggling in this time with their mental health. It's great to always be informed and be ready to support those that we love. So hey there, everyone. What a wonderful morning this has been. I have learned so much from you all and have greatly enjoyed being in community with you, even in this virtual space. So yeah, to introduce myself, my name is Maddie King. I'm a high schooler from Central PA, Center County. In addition to being a student, I'm an electoral organizer, which means I do a lot of work around democratic engagement. It's kind of democratic with a small d. I'm an engaged citizen, so even though I'm under the voting age, I still find ways to participate in my community. And so someone called me a meddling kid, right? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't deeply passionate about advocating for our farmers and for other working people here in Pennsylvania, so that no matter what we look like or where we come from, we can all earn a good living and have a good life. So I have a couple presentation slides for y'all that I think I sent to Emma. Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, so while those are good enough, yeah, so just a little bit about me, and then the next slide I'll be able to give a little bit of background. So I had the honor of speaking at last year's conference about youth participation and agricultural engagement, which feels like a world away now, but I've had the great joy of learning more about the PFU and the issues that are impacting our farmers over the past year. And today I'm going to speak with you all about what our food system has faced in the past year, like what's been revealed, how it has changed, and how we can move forward to create crisis-proof food systems that we all deserve. So next slide, please. So from the widest view, COVID has revealed for the broader public that we have a food system, right? But all of you are well aware that a food system exists here in Pennsylvania, and this map is kind of a visualization for the interconnectedness and the importance of agricultural production to our local, state, and national economies. On public health and of quality of life here in Pennsylvania. So the pandemic has forced us to look closely at a system that we often take for granted. Many of us in the broader public is speaking from somebody who's kind of removed from the agricultural system, which is not the case for many of you. So the quote unquote supply chain of people who work every day, work together to bring food to our stores and to our tables, people who grow our food, people who labor on farms, people who process our food, and in many cases, folks who transport and sell that food. So that's many of you in at least one way. But looking at this map here, kind of the pandemic has shown us the fault lines in our food system and has made clear all of the ways that we are situated somewhere on this web. And that's been spoken to very eloquently by many of our presenters this morning. So just to illustrate this interconnectedness between these dynamics and the ways that the gravity of systemic failings are amplified by each other, I'm just going to follow like one line here, and we're going to see like where it goes. To start it, so like at the corner of the map, just kind of picking maybe even the bottom left, Black and brown communities are more likely to have limited accumulated wealth and be forced into low-wage jobs, which makes folks more vulnerable to the contraction of the virus, so like moving up there, and reduces the propensity for high-quality health care because of immediate needs and caring for one's family, right? So financial strains, which are like a predisposition to food insecurity, are exacerbated, as we know, because of the employment and housing crisis that we're going through, and experiencing as a result of the choices made by like a powerful few in dealing with this pandemic, the ways that we've been impacted as a broader community. So as these elements feed into each other and recycle, it is clear that these are systemic problems. And I should mention, this is only kind of like a tiny section of the map of influence, so to speak here. Disparities in educational quality and environmental factors are also impact this web. And for these reasons, as we all know well, and why we're gathering here today, simply going back to normal after the pandemic would not be a good outcome for us, because we were already badly off track from a nutritional, environmental, and social justice perspective here in Pennsylvania and in our broader country. So because we all all believe and we all know that we deserve to have enough nourishing food to eat and for all of our families to be nourished and healthy. So as we approach our discussion today, we're going to keep in mind all the ways that we move through the world and the ways that our food system is situated at the core of many of our lives. So on this next slide, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into defining food insecurity. And when we think about what people eat, there are three main drivers. So these would be price first, convenience second, and then taste third. So this past year, there was a census household pulse survey that was kind of taken midway through last year as researchers and kind of our government were measuring the impacts of COVID-19 on American households. And it was found that affordability is the #1 reason why people report being food insecure. And so it follows that if we want to address this problem, food has to be affordable and people have to have the money to purchase it. So just as we saw on this last slide, food insecurity itself is an unhealthy condition. A few things are as stressful as wondering about whether you'll be able to feed yourself or your family. And diet quality is strongly related to disparities in income, education, and directly feeds into poor health, including chronic illness, reduced quality of life, and premature death. So if we think about food insecurity, it's important to think about it in the context of the idea of a food desert, right? So that helps us understand and answer the question, how far are people from the closest supermarket with fresh produce? And so if you define this as if you're in an urban area, you're about half a mile away, as we can see here, from the closest supermarket. And in a rural area, you're about 10 miles away from the closest supermarket. There are about 54 million Americans who live in food deserts. And so if we can just kind of think practically about it, if you're far away from food, that can make your food insecurity worse, right? Especially now, as social distancing and transportation challenges due to COVID-19 can make it hard to move around in public spaces. So the question becomes, how do we implement solutions that allow us to live healthy lives? Of course, there are long-term goals, but there are also short-term actions around food justice that we can take as a community and as food justice advocates and as people involved and have stakeholders in our food system. So we're going to answer questions like when and how do people have access to food and what can we do immediately to try to bridge those gaps? So on this next slide, I had a wonderful conversation with small farmer Liz Wagner about her experience over the past year and the ways that she's leveraged the operations of her farm, the Crooked Row Farm, to support her community. Look, Liz runs a newer organic farm, and we spoke about many of the ways that she's been able to provide avenues for her mainly white affluent clientele to add to add on kind of a donation of $7 to their regular purchases, so that she could put together a bag of groceries for her local food pantry. So these would be things as kind of here, eggs, lettuce, cabbages, fruit, potatoes, fruit like apples, onions, and carrots, these kind of things. Liz called it user-friendly produce, which is something that we'll kind of touch on a little bit in terms of what food literacy and what do folks know how to do and what skills can we build so that folks are able to live healthy lives with having these kind of nutritious diets. So this was a workaround for the limits of Liz's small farm, but as Michael Tabar mentioned a little bit earlier, we've also seen the ways that the system has failed farmers who have excess produce. So like folks who can't get their fresh milk or their fresh produce to market to get it to people who really need that food. So that's something we'll touch on a little bit later in terms of what can we do for transportation infrastructure and making sure that our farmers can give what they produce, right? So make sure that we are fixing the disjointed chains, right? So what was also gleaned in my conversation with Liz is that the importance of incentivizing these transitions to carbon neutral farming, which of course is top of the mind for Ms. Wagner because she's an organic farmer, and helping to expand the SNAP and WIC programs and their similar other programs, which I'll expand a little bit upon when I get really deep into like what I'm really excited about is to kind of open up the policy discussion. So here's what, and this next slide, we'll see my kind of inner policy geek come out. I hope that this will be a good transition for all of you as you begin your policy discussions this afternoon. But if I start to lose you, just let me know in the chat because I'll try to speak broadly. So as we know, we talked about kind of the ways that our economy influences public health, influences the environment, and the ways that those dynamics play into each other. And we know that right now, too much of our food system infrastructure is in the hands of a small handful of corporations, right? Independent, small, and medium-scale farmers often struggle to remain viable in a food and farming industry that favors these kind of big agricultural corporations. That would play into like on the economy slide here, we want to take back power from corporate monopolies to create these kind of truly fair markets. for our farmers. So as these kind of stadiums, college cafeterias, chain restaurants shut down due to COVID-19, giant food and beverage corporations have reduced their purchases from small and independent farmers, which is taking away income and forcing them to waste tons of food that they have already invested labor and resources into growing. Meanwhile, kind of this corporate rig subsidy systems meant these growers had to compete with agribusinesses for federal relief, which obviously is something that these are the decisions of our policymakers. These are things we can fix, which is why I'm really excited to hear you all discuss policy this afternoon. So local farmers and small businesses are part of our communities, right? And when they are part of shorter supply chains, they're better able to adapt to the needs of our communities and also steward our land and water to nurture our regional ecosystems. So that's moving into the environment. So we need to make it possible for independent farmers, ranchers, fishers, all these kind of folks that grow and produce food to earn a living while also continuing to provide all of us with sustainably grown, nutritious food. So we talked a little bit today. I know that I'm really excited about this. So if I'm talking really fast, that's why talked a little bit about what has been done and what can be done at policy and programmatic levels in Pennsylvania to tackle these food insecurity dynamics during the COVID-19 pandemic. And kind of moving forward, I want to leave us with 3 words on this next slide that we can strive for. I stole these from the HEAL Food Alliance, which is a group that does kind of related work to what I've talked about, but we want food systems that are rooted, that are ready, and that are resilient as we approach moving out of the pandemic and making sure that all of us have access to what we need to be able to feed our families and to live healthy lives. So that's what I got for y'all. If you have questions, I tried to leave a little bit of time. Yeah, okay, great.
Awesome, Maddie. Thank you. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Scott. And so, yeah, and, you know, without thinking about the systems that we're in, you know, it's really hard to talk about mental health because it's, you know, mental health is not just for, you know, when we're talking about farmers, but also our community and the support of each other. So yeah, I'd like to open it up to questions. If anybody would like to ask Scott or Maddie some questions. I know we have a break at 1, but you know, we're gonna extend a little bit beyond. If anybody needs to take a bathroom break, feel free. Scott, I did have a question that came in from someone beforehand. They were asking about the, you know, and I think you covered the contributing causes of suicide and in mental health and farming. But how do farm workers cope with practices that they see in farming, and how do we advocate for what matters for those that, you know, for our farmers? I don't know if you can talk a little bit more.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? It broke up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What was the question again?
A question that came in from an attendee. What are the contributing causes of suicide and mental health in farming? How do farm workers cope with practices that they see in farming? I'm not, question is a little confusing, but, and how do we advocate for what matters for those that put food on our table?
It's a pretty complex question. The underlying causes, one of the interesting things about mental health and suicide in farming, you know, suicide in general you know, you have the, they've been tracking a number that is about deaths of despair, which is the combination of suicide and death by drug overdose and a few other things, which is, and so it's very highly correlated with hopelessness, with a lack of hope, with a lack of seeing any options or things like that. And what happens to someone is that their world sort of contracts down, so they can't see a hopeful future. They can't see beyond the situation that they are trapped in. You have a second thing that comes in farming though, which is, you know, there's an old saying, which is, you know, when someone dies that they bought the farm. You've probably heard that slang, and it's literally true. What that means is that when they die, the life insurance or other benefits pay off the debt on the farm. So you have an additional issue in farm where sometimes you get what's called a heroic suicide, which is I'm going to, the line between the farmer and the farm is a very blurry one, much more so than in other professions. The line of personal identification with the farm is they are very closely intertwined. And so you have this sense of sacrifice for the family and to preserve the farm and to keep it, and as a way of not being a failure. And so so one of the challenges when we help people get into mental health, and this is why peer-to-peer conversations are so important. One of the challenges when we get into work with mental health professionals is that they'll frequently interact with it with a biomedical model. Okay, what we're talking about is depression and chemical imbalances and medications and all the things that you use in clinical depression, and not understand the situational drivers and the situational stuff. And that can be a really dangerous situation when someone actually goes to get help and then the help doesn't help. And that can be really dangerous. On the farm worker issue, one of the things that we have to talk about is, look, I've just done I'm on a team that's doing a bunch of work on this. When you go into stuff on farmer mental health, all of the materials on farmer mental health and suicide prevention are focused on white, male, Midwestern corn and soy farmers, all. And these issues of stress play out extremely differently in different communities. So the farm worker community, the small farm community, other communities. And so we have to bring that conversation of different cultural issues into the conversation, and the drivers are different, the signs are different, things like that. I would also, in terms of the question that was asked about the farm workers and dealing with the practices, there's a program that I have done some work on called the Agricultural Justice Project, which overlays this issue that addresses production practices as social justice issues, and the engagement of farm workers in production practices as a social, their exposure to pesticides, their exposure to different management practices, all kinds of other things. And so there are some folks who are, if you look at the Domestic Fair Trade Alliance and the social justice, and they've got a label called Food Justice Certified, and some of those things, that's a pretty high bar in that marketplace. And then if you look at some organizations like the Coalition of Immokalee Workers and some others, and the organizing that they're doing around farm worker health and other things, there are a series of groups in that. It's a really, it's a pretty complex. I mean, it's both simple and it's a complex solution. Does that answer your
Scott,
question?
may I weigh in a little bit here? My name is
Sure,
Brent.
Brent.
I'm with the Farm Stress team in Oklahoma. And glad to meet you. It's not always financial, as you've mentioned, and sometimes, it's chemical imbalance. Sometimes there might be something in their background. They may be going through a divorce. Their children may be going through a divorce. Their child may have been killed in a car accident, and now they don't know where the lineage of their farm is going to go on to. And they're trying to keep the farm alive for what? Their child is gone, who they were going to pass the farm on to. Financial's only a small part of it. I've helped a gentleman that he was 5 times over medicated, and rural mental health in Oklahoma is hard to come by.
Everywhere.
A lot of them are, and we need to do something about it, really do. In northwest part of Oklahoma, there's probably only about 4 or 5 towns that are above 3,000 or 4,000 people. And at best, they have a remote guy there, maybe one day a month. And, one of the gentlemen that I helped, his big problem was he'd lost his dad to cancer, his brother to cancer, and he's lost his dad to old age. He was trying to farm 2,500 acres by himself and run 250 head of cows. His wife had an off the farm job, and it was really beginning to be, he just was overloaded. And one of the things I had to convince him to do was, he asked me if he was too young to retire. And I said, well, you're not too young to retire, but you're old enough that if you want to cut back a little bit, give up some rent ground, cull through your cows, And he was in a situation where his wheat had froze out. He was baling it for hay. He didn't know if it had nitrates in it. And I just kind of gave him some farmer advice. And I said, get it tested. Everything will work out fine for you. And it did. And he's cut out. And right now he's enjoying the grandchildren. He's slowed down some. He's just a different person. Plus he found the medication that he needed and a doctor that was able to understand that he had some pretty severe chemical imbalances in his system. So,
and that's not to say it's not, I mean, people care, you know, folks dealing with any kind of life situations, it's like farmers don't not have all of those life situations that also, you know, it's like when one of the challenges when farmers go through a disaster or go through price, different things, when they're going through that, all the other stuff doesn't stop, you know, like people getting sick and having accidents and, you know, things that happen in their community and things that happen to them, that stuff doesn't stop. It just keeps going. And often sort of adds, you know, it's like, I mean, I've worked with a bunch of people where you're just like, dang, how much can someone be expected to take?
Yeah.
And so, and also those situational drivers and the chemical imbalances, obviously it's a chicken and egg. It's a whole mosh. What I'm trying to speak to is when someone gets help, and I think you understand this, and yes, you're right. All the studies say that folks in terms of access to medical care, and especially even worse in mental health care in rural communities, were grossly underserved. Before this, we had huge issues on this stuff before the pandemic ever hit, or even thought about hitting, right? We had huge issues on this, and exactly what you're saying. The same is true in our, I'm in North Carolina, so the same in terms of rural hospitals are all shutting down, you know, all of this stuff. But the situational drivers, what I'm speaking to is when someone goes to get help and goes into a mental health person, if you're helping them get that access, it has to be, you want to go someplace that has some understanding of rural issues. Because I've seen situations where you finally talk someone into going to talk to a doctor or somebody about those issues, and then they say stupid things. And that's the last that person's ever going to go. And it's cut out their ability to get that treatment. I totally agree with all of the stuff that you're bringing out. We have tons of stories we can tell and tough stories. But what I'm trying to get at is stick with people. Don't just go, oh, wow, that's a shame. Pat, pat, pat. Boy, I hope it works out for you. You know, walk through the situation with them so you can be that continuity that helps them get over some of those humps that are barriers to the stuff and it needing to be culturally appropriate for farmers, for farm workers, for different types of farmers, for different scales, for different cultures.
I'm teaming up with Oklahoma bankers, NRCS, soil conservation agencies, John Deere, Case International, Syngenta. Anybody that touches an agricultural person, they need to have someone in there that can handle this training to know how to deal with someone when they are totally showing the signs and all the signs that you said, the cattle aren't being fed or you know, they don't show up to church or the school activities. They're people that need help. The gentleman that I helped, he made it very clear it wasn't financial. But he also said he didn't want to go to 2 or 3 of the facilities that he'd already tried. And I had to find him a new facility. And it was a lot of the facilities are drug rehabs and alcohol rehabs. That wasn't his problem. He had a drug imbalance in his system, and we got him the help that he needed and straightened him out within about 2 weeks. And his wife, she texts me if he's having a bad day. And I'll just call and visit with him. And that's what he likes to hear in conversation. Once these people get unplugged with their problems, they'll talk for an hour. Once they realize that you get them unplugged. I had another gentleman, he and his wife, and it worried me. She was even contemplating a double suicide. And that really scared me to death, you know, to think about this could happen. And these are pillars of their community and the community they live in. And it really scared me to death to think that he might take his life and then she might pick up the gun and do the same thing to her. And we're still working through their situation. It is a financial deal, and they've got upside down in some things, and they just don't know how to get out of it. It's hopefully going to work out, but you don't want to see the guy take his family's lives and then turn the gun on himself in a mass deal. There's so many times that happens, and that's a terrible waste, terrible shame to have that happen. Appreciate.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate your stories, and I know that like the number of people who are on the front edge of this is small. The number of people who are willing to actually sit at the kitchen table and actually do this stuff, it's not a large list. I'll be honest and say most folks aren't willing to do it. And most folks want to talk about the issues, but they don't want to sit down and actually talk to somebody and actually have the very uncomfortable conversation. So first of all, I want to say thanks, Brent, and want to support you in what you're doing. And I want to say to the rest of the people on the call, Brent and I and others, I'm sure, have tons of stories about those differences. It's not fun. It's the most rewarding work you've ever done in your life. You learn more about, you're talking about going into policy. Everything I've ever worked on in policy, I learned at a farmer's kitchen table looking at what didn't work. You will understand policy, you will understand programs in a completely different way when you sit down and you work through them with a farmer in a way that you never would if you just, did analysis. There are lots of reasons to do it, and it is desperately, desperately needed, not for you to be a psychologist, but just for you to be a caring, kind human being. And that's what we're talking about, is just be available and a kind, caring human being that stays with it. So I know we're over time. I don't mean to.
I just want to say one thing. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, Michael.
I'm part of, for 30 years, I've been part of a community of men who every other Sunday evening, we get together and we're actually behaving like women in that we're not talking about sports or politics or business. We're talking about each other. And for 10 minutes, 8 men, we clear with each other what's going on, crises or issues that have come up. And we go around, talk about it. Last Sunday, I got helped out with an issue regarding my brother. The wisdom of other men helped me. And we treat each other like brothers. And it is part of a larger movement called the Mankind Project that teaches men to talk with one another. It's not a mental health program, but I suppose it has a similar function. And this started with me about 45 years ago. I was part of a Christian men's group convened by a pastor. In my case, I'm not Christian, although that was very helpful. I'm Jewish. So what you're describing is people acting like a mensch, like a man in the Jewish mindset. And that's all you're talking about. But it's so important to have a men's group that understands each other's problems, can reach out to others, and to just schmooze, to just talk with each other on a regular basis.
And Michael, I think it's fabulous that you've got that community with you, and people have that it looks very different for different people. But one of the things that we have to acknowledge is that for rural folks, I've heard people say, well, for farmers, their life's not that different. What is it? The whole shutdown doesn't matter. Like, they're used to being by themselves, so it's not a problem. The thing is, though, that for folks who live in isolation, those weekly or every other week or monthly, that chance to get together at the bar or the church or the, wherever it is that you gather and just spend time with other people, we've lost those. And so for people who live in an isolated way, normally or in their day-to-day lives, losing those intermittent opportunities to be in fellowship with other people, whether it's the kind of intentional conversation you're talking about or just, the gang at the bar, we've lost those opportunities, and we have to be very conscientious of creating them. And to me, it speaks to the need for us to be more intentional about reaching out to and connecting with people that
Yeah.
we have kind of concerns with.
Just to say, as a non-drinker, I mean, I'm not morally opposed to drinking, but in rural areas, we've lost the country store.
Yeah.
You can't do this at a dollar store.
No.
And the country store used to be that kind of outlet, but in Fulton County, all of our country stores, virtually all of them, are gone. And that outlet doesn't exist anymore. In my case, it's just a group of friends who get together every other Sunday and enjoy one another in a spirit of fellowship and help.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Maddie. This is a really important conversation. And we do hope to continue having this conversation throughout the year as we sponsor different types of webinars and events and programs with Pennsylvania Farmers Union. Thank you, Scott, for your time. We would like to move on to our next program on our agenda. We did skip a break, so if any of you need to take a small break, that's okay. But we would like to get to our annual Jane Alexander Award presentation. I'm going to try and share my screen here. Oh dear. Okay. Share screen. Do you see that?
Not yet. You might have to hit one more share button. So when you hit share screen and you pick what you want to show, and then at the bottom right, it'll say share again.
That one, yeah, there you go.
Is that it? No,
And then share down below. There.
Okay.
Oh, we hit the wrong one.
No, I hit it
Oh,
right.
there you go.
Right?
There it is. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Wow. Well, we're so excited this year. You know, last year was our inaugural presentation of the Jane Alexander Award. And this award is given annually to a Pennsylvania individual, family, organization, or project that's made a significant contribution to preserving and enhancing family farm agriculture and the rural way of life, exemplifying Jane Alexander's vision and legacy. Stewardship of this award rests with Pennsylvania Farmers Union, whose founding and growth was championed by women such as Jane Alexander. Last year, this inaugural award was presented to her. Unfortunately and sadly, she passed away over the past last year, at the end of last year. And this year, we're excited to present the award to Mary Lou Hutchinson. Mary Louise Hutchinson. I think most people refer to her as Mary Lou. She was born in 1927 in Stoneboro and graduated from Stoneboro High School, class of 1945, as valedictorian and class treasurer. She worked alongside her husband, Norman, who most people refer to as Hutch, who was heavily involved in the Farmers Union as well and on our team. And with Farmers Union Milk Producers Association, which is located in Western Pennsylvania, northwestern Pennsylvania. And he had also been the general manager for 15 years up until his death in 1988 of FUMPA. As producer secretary and secretary treasurer, Mary Lou worked tirelessly through both good and challenging times with the dairy farmers and the co-op for 46 years before retiring in 2019 at the age of 92. She actually lives down in Florida with her family there and is a lifetime member of Pennsylvania Farmers Union. And that's Mary Lou on the left there and our inaugural awardee, Jane Alexander. So congratulations, Mary Lou, for your work, for your efforts, a lifetime achievement of amazing work for Farmers Union and Farmers Union Milk Producers Association. So congratulations. And this is the award that we will be presenting to her and sending to her. Actually, it was interesting. I was talking to her daughter, Beth, and I was asking for her to send us photos, and she was like, Well, actually, you know, my mom has a photo of herself and Hutch sitting on her dresser in her bedroom. And she said, yeah, and I think it was a picture of them from National Farmers Union Convention. So Farmers Union does hold a soft spot in Mary Lou's life. So again, congratulations.
If I could interrupt, Heidi, my name is Lisa Royak and my husband is Walter, and he is the president of the local Farmers Union Milk Producers Association.
Oh, we can't hear you, Lisa.
Oh, no.
Okay, now we can.
Okay. I'm Walter Royak's wife, Lisa Royak. My husband is the president of the board of directors of the Farmers Union Milk Producers Association. And I just want to say we miss Mary Lou. We wish she would come home from Florida and come back to our milk co-op. As you know, it's been crazy times, and there were so many times in discussions and conversations in the last year that the board would say, Mary Lou would know that. And so I think this honor is really well deserved. She is a sweetheart. When I married a dairy farmer 32 years ago, she was an inspiration for me to be a part of that community. So that award is well given, and I hope that I commend you for honoring her. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Lisa. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work that you and your husband do for FUMPA as well. So. Excellent. So I think we're going to move into, unless if there's any comments from anybody, does anybody have anything they'd like to say? We're about to start our business meeting, our annual meeting. So
I just want to say congratulations to Mary Lou on behalf of all the other Mercer Countyans around here. It's a great honor, and we're glad to understand.
Great. Thank you, Michael. So I am officially going to call our annual business meeting open. Today we have a few matters of business. We have board elections, delegate certification for the National Farmers Union Convention. We have a special announcement, and then we'll open for any new business from our members and end our annual meeting with a policy discussion. So we're going to move right into our board elections. Today we have with us two candidates. Our first candidate is Amanda Leahy, who was appointed by the board of directors last year. She has not been officially elected by membership yet. So I'd like, Amanda, if you can introduce yourself.
Thanks, Heidi. Hi, everyone. Glad to be here today with a lot of familiar faces and partners for over the years. So hello, and can't wait to see you after we all eventually get our vaccines. So a little about me for those I haven't met. I'm a food systems and local economy professional for the past 10 years, involved with Pennsylvania Foodways, and sectors that I've focused on have included cooperative businesses, small business development, startups, incubators, and urban revitalization projects within the regional farmers market development, and also specific to agro-tourism. So part of my start was in the early 2000s in local revitalization. I worked with East Passyunk Avenue Business Improvement District with Bob Pearson, launching the first farmers market with Farm to City, and also did a fellowship in California at La Cocina, which is supporting and cultivating low business income food entrepreneurs as they formalize and grow their businesses. So that was focusing on women and marginalized communities. After being in California, if any of you have ever seen the food system out there, I realized that they're doing just fine. So I need to come back home to Pennsylvania and also get to work and bring the learned lessons to the community. So then I joined the farmers market program, leading over with a team over at the Food Trust, and we were working throughout the state and doing the farm site visits and at market. And I started working with them for several years, and then doing contracts with Pennsylvania Department of Ag and other agencies in our state. So a part of my work is centered on placemaking efforts with public markets, local food and mobile food hubs, and working to preserve gathering spaces to assure our local farmers and businesses that they're key stakeholders and central to the work that we're doing, so we have places to do business. So before coming to the ag world, I ran a film and events agency for 8 years, and I got very familiar with the pain points as a small business owner in a very different world, but still. And so now that I'm many years into my tenure with the nonprofit farm world, I'll always be a business owner first, because that's how I kind of first got my introduction. So that's where I returned to. So about 2 years ago, I joined a group with the urban goat herders group called Philly Goat Project, and we work on eco-grazing and animal therapy. So that brought a whole new surprise into my world and the love of goats. So I still work there and work in teaching goat herding and American Sign Language. And I've worked with several dairies and during COVID as well. And that really got me into the belly of the beast, sitting with the reality of what the family farmer is dealing with in the so-called value-added products, which are really loss leaders. So bringing that all together, because all of us are not just one thing, right? So this has given it's been quite the education. So present day, I serve as the deputy director for Altogether Now, founded by Judy Wicks, and working to unite Pennsylvania's rural and urban communities and restore our local supply chains, and that they're rooted in self-reliance and basic needs in order to increase community wealth and equity, and also, of course, reduce carbon sequestration and address the realities of climate change. So here at the farm, working with the Farmers Union, has been a really beautiful thing. And I started during a very unusual time. Going virtual with farmers is pretty challenging. So that's been quite interesting. And as we're connecting and all getting used to this new space, I'm very excited to be here, and especially with the history of bipartisan and grassroots efforts at the Farmers Union. And it gives me hope, which is really critical to healing our nation. And as my boss and mentor says, Judy Wicks says, that it's the meeting place of the left and the right. And I truly believe that. So I believe that our system, it actually isn't broken, and it's doing exactly what it's intended to do, which is extract the wealth from our communities. And I want to work with all of you to bring transformation of our current systems and the distributed wealth back into our communities. So with that said, what really brought me to the Farmers Union was Heidi Secord and her leadership and farm prowess, and the continued history of powerful women in this agency and continued representation is what inspires me. So thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Dari, Karen, the whole team. I'm really happy to be here and learn from all of you. So thanks again.
Awesome. Thank you, Amanda. And we have another board candidate with us today. And I'm going to let Elaine Laban from Pittsburgh introduce herself as well.
Good afternoon, and I do not know most of you, but hello, Heidi, again. It's been a while since I've seen you. Hello, Michael, I've seen you more recently. Happy to see you all and meet you all and hear your stories. Mine is a pretty simple story, but maybe with some intersections that even Heidi and Michael aren't aware of, so happy to share. I am a writer and communications consultant. I'm based in Pittsburgh. by way of Northern California and Connecticut. So it looks like we have all the former Northern Californians here, at least a couple of us. I had started out, I guess, in the working world in finance and the corporate sector for about a dozen years until I had that aha moment that many of us have. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm an English major. Why am I doing this? I always wanted to be a writer. So literally one day I just said, I'm going to write. And what did I start writing about? Food, because I said, people just said, write about what you love. And it was certainly food and actually coffee as well. Back in the day, when I started out in Northern California, I did establish something of a little niche for myself as a coffee writer, which was such fun. Thank you, Michael, for the prop there. Karen. So I did that for a number of years, and it married a lot of things that I enjoy. Certainly my love of food and my sort of lifetime experience of food. I grew up in a wonderful food household. My mother was from Cuba, and she was, I do believe, the most amazing cook that I've ever met to this day. I don't know if we all say that about our moms, but she was just fantastic. Every meal growing up was just such an adventure and such a pleasure. I remember it clearly. My dad suffered from heart disease, so my mother was incredibly focused on cooking healthy, low fats. Where did the food come from? Very lean meats, lots of vegetables. So I learned a lot about food and preparation and its provenance growing up. So that sort of morphed a bit into my understanding and appreciation of food and how I approached it as a writer. So I did that for many years, actually, and brought it with me from Northern California to Pittsburgh, excuse me, when we moved to Pittsburgh in 2007, I guess it was at this point. Still did some food writing and had the opportunity to meet some wonderful chefs and restaurateurs along the way. I think some folks that you probably know, Trevitt Hooper, Kate Romaine, Kevin Souza, just to name a few whom I met and interviewed many times and had the pleasure of spending time in their kitchens and talking to them about their approach to food and how food is grown and prepared and whatnot. So that was a real treat for me, and it morphed into more of what I do now, because as I explored that, I realized that it was so closely tied to our environment. And in Pittsburgh, the environment, as in a lot of Pennsylvania, needs a lot of help. We have a lot of legacy pollution issues here, air pollution, water pollution. I became increasingly concerned about that, especially the air pollution, in that my husband is an asthmatic, our son is an asthmatic, and the rates of air pollution were quite startling to me here, and a lot of it driven by industrial processes, large industrial processes, coal-fired power plants, oil and gas development, and was having a very detrimental impact to our climate. So rather than just sit on the sidelines and grouse about it, which I did a fair bit of grousing, I decided to roll up my sleeves and start helping to do that important work. And so this was around early 2011. I started collaborating with some statewide environmental organizations who were very involved in climate change and air pollution issues, and have done that pretty much for the last decade, for the last about half a dozen years or so, on behalf of Environmental Defense Fund, a name that some of you may know. It's a large national and international NGO that focuses on a variety of climate and environmental issues. I mean, everything from renewables to oceans, food security, so many different issues. And my focus certainly is the air pollution issues in Pennsylvania and what we can do about them, and really climate, how we can act on climate change in general. And it's so heartening to see not only the Pennsylvania Farmers Union, with whom I've collaborated on different things over the years, different projects, but also the National Farmers Union take a really smart, very proactive, very effective stance on climate change and what needs to be done. From that perspective of farmers such as yourselves and how you deal with the real world impacts of climate change, the superstorms, the vector-borne diseases, heat, drought. You're at the front lines and you're dealing with these problems, and we need solutions and we need to do something about it. So had a number of conversations with Heidi and Michael over the years on this. Always happy to collaborate with them because they are tremendous messengers on the need to act. Here in Pennsylvania, not only tremendous messengers, but trusted messengers, and that's really important. Folks want to hear from folks in their community, people they know and people they trust. And that's where you folks come in and are incredibly important. So with that, it's very humbling to have Heidi and Michael suggest that I join your board. I'm not a farmer. I'm certainly at the other end. I enjoy the food and the product and do what I can with it. But to the extent that I have some skills that I can bring to bear, writing, communications, advocacy, helping to get your messages out there, and really helping in any way I can. I'm more than happy to roll up my sleeves and help you folks as needed. And if you need me to just sit on the sidelines and answer a couple questions, that's okay too. So I'll leave that to you. And again, really happy to join you and see you all this morning. And if I can assist at all in your efforts, just holler. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. So we are going to take a poll on our candidates unless anybody has questions for our candidates. Hearing none. Emma, can you post that poll for us so that our members can vote? Now, if you are a member in good standing, you can take part in that vote.
Are we voting on approving both?
We're voting on approving both candidates, Amanda Leahy and Elaine Labaum.
All right, y'all, you have 5 more seconds to cast your vote. 5 more seconds.
Karen Stark is the countdown. Awesome. Okay, well, welcome Elaine, welcome Amanda. Woohoo. Thank you. So I would like to just take a few minutes, Emma, if you could get that sheet up about the positions that are open. Great, thank you. Wait. Where's my? Yeah, so just wanted to give you a sense of some of the board positions that are open currently. At this point, we do have some regional director positions open. Shoot. Let me just hold on a sec. I just wanted to. There we go. Yeah, so state and I just wanted to remind people that the state and vice president are elected every 3 years. Michael and I were just reelected last year, and we'll be up for reelection in 2022. But anyone running for the board has to be a member in good standing. Board members can serve up to 2 3-year terms. President and vice president serve 3 3-year terms. So that if you feel that you'd like to be involved on this level with Farmers Union, please reach out to us. As you can see from this, each region has a director and a vice director. They are 3-year terms. We can appoint people throughout the year. So although you may not have been able to get on our docket for this year, If you're interested in serving in this position, we can appoint you at any point, just like we appointed Amanda Leahy last year. And you can see we have opportunities for directors in the Northwest, the Southwest, and the Northeast. And all of the directors serve on the board, the state board. Vice directors are support for the directors' work in that region, and all those positions are open currently. We also do have committees. We would love to have more membership engagement at that level, both legislative and policy, membership, community and outreach, fundraising, and development. So please, I encourage all of you to get involved. So if you would like to reach out to us and get involved with us, please let us know. You can let us know in chat. You can email us. There's lots of ways to participate. So, thank you, and thank you, Emma. I just wanted people to get a chance to see the opportunities that are available. Moving on, we have nominations and elections for delegates for the National Convention. Because of the timing issue this year, we did have to appoint people ahead of time. National Farmers Union Convention will be held March 2nd and 3rd. It's actually been going on this whole month. There's been excellent webinars every Thursday over the past couple of weeks. There's still one more coming up. So, if you guys are interested, get on. It's free, available to all members. So you can just go on to National Farmers Union's website or even our website and get signed up for the convention. For national policy deliberation, only state presidents and delegates are able to vote. What's great this year in particular with the national policy deliberation is that that's going to be free and available to all members to watch. So, we'll be deliberating policy on a Zoom meeting like this, and our members and people outside will be watching from a Facebook link. So it's this virtual world is kind of fun and interesting to for policy deliberation this year. So this year, Michael Kovach has been nominated as our delegate, and Lynn Garling and Mike Eby are the alternates. Again, we had to nominate these delegates before our state convention due to our time constraints. But we do encourage members to, if they're interested in future years, to be involved at the national policy deliberation to get involved with us. And then, please, we'd love to have new people coming out and going to that convention. We don't like just keeping it at our executive level. So generally our membership nominates and votes for that delegate. So, and thanks for understanding. I know it's kind of an odd year with the convention being virtual. So, but without further ado, I want to move on. I'd love to introduce a new collaborator with us. And last year we worked on a hemp project and applied for a specialty crop block grant. Due to the pandemic, we got a late start on it, but thanks to PDA, we're launching it this year. So here to tell you about it is Andrea Farich, our project partner. So Andrea, can you take it away?
Yeah, hi guys. It's so exciting to be with you all. So yeah, my name's Andrea Farich. I'm in my office in Melheim in the Green Drake Art Gallery, and I'm a forester. I work with private landowners with tree crops, and hemp fiber is really exciting to me. There's a local hemp farmer here. His name's Herb Grove with Brush Mountain Bison. I met him a few years ago, and he's really an inventor farmer who's passionate about educating other farmers and training people how to process and dry hemp seeds off of hemp fiber crops. And looking at this opportunity, he was really excited to basically train farmers across the state how to retrofit combines to harvest the seeds off the hemp fiber crops and process them, dry them, clean them, get them ready for processing as raw materials. So Heidi and I collaborated. We wrote a specialty crop block grant to PDA that was received, and the Pennsylvania Farmers Union is the lead. The project is Pennsylvania grown hemp seed hemp truck. It's a mobile processing and seed cleaning project where Herb Grove, the owner of Brush Mountain Bison, who works with Susquehanna Mills and Susquehanna Hemp Company, is going to be constructing the hemp truck, and it's on-farm hemp seed processing. So after Herb constructs the hemp truck, we're going to have trainings and have the hemp truck be able to go around on-farm hemp seed processing and drying and cleaning. As far as I know, he's the only person who's doing this in Pennsylvania. And we're terribly excited to help farmers stay on the farm. Hemp seeds produce about 1,000 pounds per acre. And through this initiative, we're looking at working toward 200 acres of hemp seeds processed. And Heidi's going to be working on education and outreach. Herb's developing the payment schedule to look at what the costs are to get to, let's say, a grower in Lancaster, and how much he'll be able to either buy the seeds for, or the farmer can purchase the seeds back for the service provided. We're also exploring different ideas for sort of an exchange. We show up with the truck and deliver perhaps on-farm biodiesel in exchange for the hemp seeds. And it's a really exciting collaborative. We had letters of support from All Together Now and PASA and Susquehanna Mills. And of course, having Pennsylvania Farmers Union as a lead, we're looking for more farmers who are interested in being part of this initiative. It's a really interesting time right now with a little bit of a bubble that had happened with COVID, and also you know, there was a little bit of a disappointment with the decortication facility moving forward out of York with Groff North America. But it seems like there's a lot of momentum now, and this is a really exciting time to be launching this initiative and developing the best management practices for farmers to be able to stay on the farm, hopefully more so with hemp fiber products. Heidi recently put me in touch with Biofill Fibers out of Phoenixville. It's a new decortication facility. It's really exciting that there's going to hopefully be Pennsylvania fiber and herds processed. Again, I'm looking forward to working closely with All Together Now and PASA and others to really continue to build this network. In addition to farmers, of course, we're looking for people who are interested in raw materials. And, you know, I have a small business aggregating tree crops and specialty crops. So for me, I'm an elderberry farmer. I'm doing large-scale restoration projects, mostly in riparian buffers, and working toward the continued establishment and development and growing the conservation economy through supply and demand aggregation with my small business as a forester, working with private landowners. Yes, we're going to be having some field days. We're going to be probably moving more towards more virtual videos, how to retrofit your combines, depending on how fast the return to normal is this summer. And yeah, we're really excited looking at building the capacity around education, outreach, and you know, collaborating and being a good partner. So, you know, in addition to processing these seeds and drying them, we're hoping to really work around the whole hemp fiber, whole plant products economy and developing these markets. Because right now, It seems like there's some bottlenecks, and hopefully being able to process these raw materials will help us move forward. That's pretty much it. Do you have anything else, Heidi? Do you guys have any questions? We received $60,000. Herb has a tractor trailer company as well as a bison farm. He's located in Spring Mills here. So if you drew a line between Jay and Young and Lynn Garling, you'd end up right about at Herb's hemp fiber farm.
We're super excited about this project and getting getting that truck on the road and moving around and creating that regional support that farmers need. That's, you know, has been a priority for the past few years. So excited to be working with you, Andrea. You're such a trailblazer, and we really, you know, appreciate your energy and passion for that work. So excellent. Does anybody have any questions for Andrea, for us, any board members before we move on into our policy deliberation? Any new business that anybody would like to bring forth? Hearing none, we'll move on to policy discussions. Michael?
Thanks, Heidi. And just for the record, both my shirt and my pants are hemp today, and my coffee mug is Farmers Union. So I'm trying to really represent. Policy deliberation is sort of the trademark part of what Farmers Union's about. And it's honestly what keeps me coming back, that our policy is set by our membership and approved by our membership. And, you know, that sort of sets the agenda for how we advocate, and what we advocate for throughout the year is extraordinarily empowering, I think. I think in the absence of any of the other great things that Farmers Union does, if it were only that we got to make our own minds up about how our organization advocates and spends our efforts, that we set our own would keep me coming back. So in the interest of adapting to this virtual world, the board considered and decided to follow the lead of many other state chapters, and actually even National Farmers Union, and do an abbreviated version of our typical policy discussion. So there will be opportunity for comment or suggestions from the floor, but given the format, we ask that you keep them concise and short. So just in summary, the quickest way we could figure this out was to follow, again, the lead of other states that already had their conventions, and nationals who's coming up, but who had determined back in December that this was the way the policy deliberation was going to go. In short, it'll be one vote for the approval of the entirety of the policy as it stood last year on this date when we were in Lancaster together and enjoyed that wonderful farm to table meal prior. And right before everybody nodded off from eating so well, we all approved the state policy. So what we're going to do is pretty much put that up for a vote first, and then move on to 3 special orders of business, which were selected from a list that was provided the board of directors. Well, actually, one of them is a combination of 2 that were proposed. So I think there were 6 or 7 on the list, and we chose these 3. And the reason they were put forth was their timeliness, given the current legislative climate, their relevance to our overall mission, and just suggestions from membership or from within our board. So without further ado, and in the interest of keeping us on schedule here, can we have the poll for the, yeah, that's the one. It's Emma, you're like reading my mind. I think you got that ESPN. Anyhow, we're voting to approve the 2020 PFU policy document to be carried forth as approved last year for the coming year. Are there any objections to that out of hand? Okay, so click on your approve or disapprove button, hit submit, and in a second we'll have the results of those.
Another 5-second countdown for everyone. So get your vote in.
Okay, so by a margin of 100%, we've agreed to carry forth last year's policy, which is a pretty comprehensive document. Always room for improvement, but pretty good. The next way we're going to go is to individually vote on the special orders of business that were selected by the board of directors. So the first one, if you could put that up, please, Emma, or Charlie. I'm not sure who's pulling the strings there. Emma, nice work. These are all available for view in the chat as well. There's a link to that. So the first one is the environment, regenerative agriculture, and the family farm. It was a combination of two of the proposed pieces of policy that we put forth as special orders for 2021. It basically combines regenerative agriculture language with the environment language that we already had, and peppers a little bit of organic agriculture and local food systems into there as well. It will allow for us to advocate for a lot of things, including some of the new president's first day executive orders were around food and agriculture and the climate. So this kind of touches all those, and I'd like to call a vote for approval of this first special order of business. So by the usual method, click and submit. We don't have to count ayes or nays. It's pretty all right. I don't mind this method. This is almost like having our own clickers, like at National. Emma, if you can pipe up when we have a 5-second remaining, that worked out pretty well.
And that was actually good timing. 5 seconds.
There you go.
Hey, Emma, this is Heidi. I'm just wondering if there's people that are on phones that might not be able to see our screen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just would love to make sure that their voices are being heard as well if they aren't able to do the poll. I don't know how we can find that out.
If they would like to speak, and Ethan could actually correct me if I'm wrong, they need to hit *6 and then they could come off mute, but they unfortunately are not able to participate in the poll.
Say, Heidi, yeah, this is, and anyone on the phone, if you would like to speak in one way or the other and can come off mute, we'll tabulate it and incorporate it into the numeric results.
Okay, so hearing none at this point and seeing 100% in favor of approving special order of business number 1 around the environment, regenerative agriculture, and the family farm, that's approved. So that is special order of business number 1 for the 2021 year. So moving on to the second special order of business, which is supply chain management, specifically dairy. We've heard for a long time from our friends at Dairy Together and otherwise, that supply management is something that's desired by a lot of farm organizations or dairy farmers, whether or not the organizations around them approve or not, it remains to be seen. But it is a popular tack and it's working well in Canada. We had the privilege last year, or a couple of years ago now, at National fly-in to hear from some Canadian dairymen who have had a great experience with this and are able to support a family on a normal number of cows instead of 5,000. That seems to be the cutoff point. So if there's any discussion around the supply chain management in dairy, now is the time. Okay, so hearing none, I will call the question. Please, Emma, post the, that's the one. So please vote by the usual method in this Zoom-centric world we're living in.
And again, if anybody is on the phone and would like to make their vote heard, *6. Melissa Bravo approves. She just texted me.
All right, excellent. We've got about 5 seconds left.
Looks like 100%. And encouragingly, there's been at least loose discussion of that same tack in other commodity crops where an oversupply has been a problem in the past. So the dairy supply management is approved. That's special order number 2. That's 2 of 3. We're 2/3 of the way there. So special order business number 3 is around cannabis. It is again posted for all to see. This is taken directly from the standing policy. We codified it from a special order of business into existing policy last year, and we're kind of pulling it back out based on some of the talk around adult use cannabis. To be perfectly clear on this, it's more addresses the idea that farms were basically shut out of that green rush that happened when medical cannabis was approved in the Commonwealth due to irrationally high barriers to entry. So there were requirements that you have large amounts of money in the bank, and that there were very onerous security and testing sort of requirements. So we want to make sure that if and when cannabis is approved for adult use in the Commonwealth, that family farmers are able to avail themselves of that market should they choose to do so. So that's the summary of our policy position. I know that it's been discussed both at the state and federal level a lot more in the last 6 months than it has been in the last probably 5 years. And it's been discussed quite a lot in the last 5 years. So if there's any discussion about this special order of business, now's the time. Anybody please speak up who has desire to do so. Okay, hearing none, I would call the question and ask that Ethan or Emma post. Thank you.
And we have 1 vote of approval from a mobile user, Melissa Bravo.
Hi, Melissa.
All right, about 5 seconds more.
By a narrow margin, all 3 special orders of business have been approved. So 100% on each of the special orders. That really is about as quick a policy deliberation as I've ever been part of. Nobody had to get that hook and pull me off the stage to keep me from continuing the deliberation. I do look forward to going back to those days when it's a robust discussion around all the various points that are brought forth by membership. But for this year, this is the best we can do, and I think it went well. I thank you all for your participation. And again, policy questions are always relevant, so bring them forth anytime. Hi, Phyllis, you got your hand up, did you?
I do have a sort of question. It's not about whether to adopt the policy about cannabis, but that what's the, my understanding is that I'm wondering what PFU's response is to what I'm about to say, which is my understanding is that the,
the reasoning behind, I've been told by, the state senator who initiated the medical cannabis bill, that the reasoning behind having the greenhouses and all the, the restrictions about growing that require an incredible amount of funds to be able to do it is because it's cannabis, and that you can't just have an open field. People will take advantage, and there needs to be these controls. So even if recreational cannabis is legal, I could really see them still saying that. And I'm wondering what the response is to that.
That's a great question. That's a great question. And Bill Britton, who is the author of the original policy, is on with us. And Bill, please unmute yourself and feel free to address that.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so to answer that question, Phyllis, so I've been working on this since 2016. I'm a flower grower. I own a plant nursery in the city of Pittsburgh. The main issue is that these companies, these multinationals, come into every market and that they argue exactly what you're arguing. So places like California never had these type of restrictions. These have been put on by these companies in order to capture the entire market, which they've done very effectively. You may notice that it's very secure to grow marijuana, but it's not difficult to buy it, and that is by design. So what they do is they allow more, and I put it in quotes, medical conditions, so that anybody can get a card, but only they can sell to them. So this is essentially what they've done in every state since it became a little bit more accepted, and that's what they're trying to do here. If you aren't aware, they made $2 billion already. So that's money that could have gone to family farms across the state, and zero has. Now, most of these
in Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania alone.
You mean $2 billion?
$2 billion since 2016. And now these companies are consolidating like crazy. So a lot of this money is being funneled to Canada. A lot of companies going to Florida. Like a lot of these companies aren't even based in Pennsylvania. So essentially what this is just a giant corporate scam that is very effective, and then use scare tactics on our representatives. And it had worked originally. I since have talked to most of the state senators. Even Bartolotta and Michelle Brooks have started to change their tune as they recognize this problem. If you email me at shadysidenursery@gmail.com, I can send you the info that I send, which shows how they do it, where they do it, who owns what, and kind of what needs to be done to fix that.
Thanks for that, Bill. Yeah, I believe the statistic that I recall was of the first 21 medical marijuana grower permits issued, only seven of them were from in-state entities.
Right, and most of the
14
in-state entities were
from
nothing but a
out-of-state.
rich person paired up with an out-of-state entity. So essentially what they did was rip everybody in this state off. Most of the Republicans are now aware of how detrimental that was. But the problem is they've already scored so much market share that because people didn't speak up at first, it's going to be very difficult to move forward as far as without trying to form co-ops or something to compete against them. Because most of them have, if you go on the stock market, are billion-dollar companies, 10, 20, $30 billion companies.
Does that answer your question, Phyllis? Or does it raise a bunch more? I'm sure it's kind of both. But yeah, I think it was a sticky thing to even propose, being honest. And I think Bill did a great job in framing it in such a way that Farmers Union could get behind it without making social commentary on the morality or the social aspects of the topic, more around the practicality. That, let's make sure that we're keeping these dollars in the Commonwealth and circulating among family farms as much as possible.
And I could even further, I don't mean to cut you off. There's talk of already moving production to Thailand and Mexico. A lot of these companies are in Florida under the umbrella of the Dole Corporation. So essentially all they're going to do is try and snatch this away from people who live in this state and ship it in, just like they do with any other commodity.
Very good. Well, with all that said, it sounds like the policy deliberation itself has been over, but I'm glad that we got some clarification from the author of that. And with that, I'll close the policy deliberation without any further. Go ahead, Heidi.
Well, I just want to open up the floor for anybody that would like to bring policy issues to us. If there's things that we've missed that people would like us or our members would like us to, focus on this year. Although these are our special orders of business, we want to remain open to other issues that you feel are important to you. So
for sure, year
with
round.
that, I'd like to open the floor to, we do have this time and this space to discuss policy issues. So please, if anybody has anything they'd like to bring forth, this is the time.
Well, okay, I'm always up for a comment. I get up, as most of you do, pretty early in the morning, and I think of things. So this morning, I was thinking about our CSAs, in that we're starting to develop the format and try and make a decision of how many people in our CSA this year. And I actually, the act of having a CSA and each person getting a share and picking up each week, it's a nice contract. But I also had some thoughts about, I wonder if some of these people, and given our CSA is somewhat politically motivated in terms of progressive political views, whether or not they should be more involved in farm policy. So it's a thought that's undeveloped right now, and I was going to make it an option for CSA members. If they want to do, for instance, believe it or not, our CSA members, a few of them, went down to Georgia to work on getting progressive senators elected. And I said to myself, Fulton County, Pennsylvania is less than 2 hours away from a lot of where our CSA members live. Why, and our area, I won't mention it specifically, is so heavily Trump, that I said, why not open up the opportunity to work on progressive farm issues, interacting with local people who might be interested in hosting people from a more urbanized area to get involved in the process of weighing in and interacting with people whose views they might not agree with, but that's certainly true in Georgia, where they went thousands or hundreds and hundreds of miles away. So I thought of expanding the notion of what a CSA encompassed, to just beyond picking up a box of food each week, to maybe be more involved in farm policy, the people who live in the area where the farm is. And it just occurred to me at 4 o'clock this morning to start thinking in these terms and offer it as an option. So if any people manage CSAs and they've gone beyond the point of just picking up boxes of food, I'd be interested in communicating with them. So that's just a thought that came to me this morning.
Could I say something quick?
Sure.
Dan, can you introduce yourself, just because for those people that are on phones?
Sure, yeah. Dan Hunter, my wife Katie and I have Hunter Hill CSA in Forks Township near Easton. And yeah, we've been doing CSA for maybe 12 years now. There have been a couple occasions where our newsletter will have either PA or national farm policy issues tacked into it. And yeah, I mean, I appreciate Michael's, or I think it was Michael's last talking thing about this. And I wonder, of the membership in CSAs or not, I mean, anybody who's interacting with customers, do you guys bring up farm policy or specifically farmers union stuff, and is there some designation that consumers can have within the farmers union such that when we do political, for these issues, that they can feel like they've already bought in and all that kind of thing.
I can speak to that a little bit. We have a Farmers Union member sign right on the front of our farm stand, and discuss it with anybody. We don't want to be pushy with our customer base because they're coming out. My wife just came from the farm stand and was gracious enough to handle all that and water the cattle for me while I was doing this. What a hell of a woman, I'm telling you. So, but yeah, we do talk policy to anybody who will listen or is interested in engaging. By all means, there's no, what's the old saying is that all politics is local. So talking to your neighbors about things that are important to farm communities in general is paramount. I mean, that's where it all starts, just having those conversations. So to answer the question, we do engage, but we don't do so in such a way that it's off-putting to our customer base because, we're obviously very reliant on them, which is a kind of an oddity among farms, I think, is that connection with the customer that we rely on so heavily. I know Heidi's in a similar situation, and I know some of our other farmer members are familiar with that, but it's kind of a lost part of agriculture that is thankfully coming back.
Incidentally, Mike, I put out a journal to anyone who wants to get it. It goes out to a couple of thousand members in our area, plus our CSA membership, called Farming in a Time of Pandemic. And my last issue was on cheap food. So since Aldi's is in our area and Lidl is coming into our area and is in the New York City area, and it's known for its total lack of concern for farm workers, food that is, some of the food has an organic label on it, but it's questionable. So if anybody wants to be in touch with me about getting our journal, we have 17 issues of it so far. And as I say, the last issue was about cheap food and what it means to buy cheap food rather than buying from farmers, co-ops, place where workers are treated fairly, get paid fairly, things that we're all concerned with. I'd love to be in touch with them. So I could give you a phone number or you could just contact me. I'm happy to forward that to you.
Michael, I would encourage you strongly to look at right across the line from me here is a congressman named Tim Ryan. He actually ran for president here this last go around. I had occasion to participate in a TEDx with him back in 2016, and his talk was around mindfulness. Very shortly after, he wrote a book about mindfulness around food. I think it's a great thing that you would enjoy. But yeah, the old saying that you are what you eat, unfortunately, that means Americans largely are fast, cheap, and easy. So that's where we're at. But
I might contact you to
great work
get
taking
his,
steps.
yeah, I might want to call you or contact you to get his information.
By all means.
I'd like to see it.
I'll put my email in the, I think you've probably got it, but I'll put it in the
in
chat.
my
here as
case,
well,
telephone
just so
number.
everybody knows.
Telephone
Right.
number would
right.
would help.
I'll do that.
better, but thank you.
I think this is a good opportunity also just to, talk about chapters. We currently do not have chapters set up here in Pennsylvania. We are primarily doing the work from the board level. Once we get more of these like directors and vice directors in each of these regions, we can really start doing work on that local level. Each chapter, once they get set up, actually has their own budget, their own president, their own vice president, and can really hyper focus in those areas. All the documents, like all of our policy documents on our website, and and with links to national issues, can be utilized also, in your CSA newsletters and documents, to really start that conversation with your consumers that are coming to your farm. So I just think that there's, you know, toolkits that can be developed, you know, I think in those local levels that deal with, you know, that can deal with some of these comments and some of these issues that are coming up. I know Dan Hunter and I have talked a little bit about, you know, making that kind of tool available for local farmers in our area as well as our customers.
Yeah, I think that just since it's a, you know, the Pennsylvania Farmers Union or the National Farmers Union is a political organization that has specific goals at specific times, that's something that, you know, anybody that has a newsletter or something like that can take on board when there are particular actions, because that's, you know, more, it's great to have, you know, kind of spread general awareness about different issues, but to the extent that we're an organization that can work in a coordinated way, I think that that's great, and that's something that I'm going to think about, you know, this year, and you know, looking at the newsletter and how we can get people to you know, voice their assent along with farmers, along with the Farmers Union at critical times.
Yeah, and in particular, because we as farmers, Dan, as we know, once we get into our season, we're pretty limited on our ability to be able to do a lot. So, I mean, we really need, you know, kind of count on non-farmers to, you know, have our backs during the season and be able to help us communicate that message forward. Are there any other thoughts or comments? I did have one come in from Melissa Bravo from her one of our folks on the phone. She said, just a thought, has PFU written a letter to Penn State and specifically asked for research plot space at Research Farm to be used to address CSA issues? I'm not sure if we have anybody on the call that could comment on that. Michael?
I'm unfamiliar. No, I honestly, I'm not familiar with their meat processing apprentice or training program. I've got some familiarity, but just a little.
Mm-hmm. I wish Melissa could expound on that a little bit. Are you there? Nope. Is there anybody? Oh, Phyllis. Sorry.
Hi, this is back to the previous conversation. And I guess I should apologize. I thought the policy discussion started at 2, so I don't know what I got wrong there, but about CSA customers. I work for a certified organic produce farm, and we have a 200-person CSA. And I'm just, you know, always amazed that we have, and then there's just loyal customers who are not CSA, but, you know, shareholders who are just regular weekly farm stand customers. And it's just always amazing to me how I hear over and over and over again, people just exclaiming how fabulous the produce is, so consistently so. And I ask them if they know why that is, and their answer is, oh, it's so fresh. They have just no idea, literally no concept of, you know, of soil health, how the relationship between soil management and produce, you know, plants. I just feel like that we must all be sort of dealing with very similar issues that are across the whole state. And that another theme I find is that people do not seem to grasp that agriculture has policy. You know, they just somehow think it happens, and that you know, that that there are political decisions made by the people who we elect, who, you know, decide who are the winners and losers in agriculture and the structure of the industry and that sort of thing. You know, activists who are lobbying their elected officials, but for about agriculture. So I think, and I feel like, you know, a good goal is right now is the Farm Bill. That's going to be voted on probably at the end of 2022. And we have, and is already under negotiation. I mean, it's probably already for the last 2 years been under negotiation by, you know, the ag industry complex. And that the only way to get the big changes that certainly I would like to see, you know, the complete redirection, reallocation of the hundreds of billions of dollars for farm subsidies that go to commodity crops, that is to have, you know, not just farmers asking for it, and that perhaps it's, you know, we could have a sort of focused educational sort of, you know, program where once a month or something, there's, you know, the thing, the leaflet that we can give our customers about some aspect of farming and its relationship to the Farm Bill, and that, you know, make sure you know, tell your friends and tell your elected officials how you feel about it, not lobbying necessarily, but tell them how you feel. And so that's what I've been thinking about in the last, you know, month or so, that we just have to make a huge impact on the Farm Bill and not be happy with, you know, $50 million more for organic research, which is peanuts in the Farm Bill. So if there's some group that wanted to like coalesce around this, kind of creating something that everyone could have access to and share with their customers. And, you know, it sounds like Michael's on his way with his journal. So that might be something I would be interested in.
Heidi, can I jump in here with a comment?
Yes, please.
You know, the whole conversation here around CSAs, I'm really enjoying this. At least from where I sit, I think there's a really good messaging and media opportunity for your farmers here around CSAs, especially in this moment. I don't know that there's as good an understanding among Pennsylvanians maybe about the backstory of CSAs as there could be. I think it's something that maybe we should explore. We're at a moment where people are looking in that direction, but they need to understand it a little bit more. Interestingly, and I'm spacing on, it was Kretschmann's, Don Kretschmann. Michael, you must know of them, the family farm. They did CSAs for years. As a matter of fact, I tried to get one last year, but they couldn't deliver it to our area. They didn't have a drop-off point. But that's a farm that was ultimately, I believe he's going to sell because he couldn't find any family members to take over. You know, people need to appreciate this type of work more, and to the extent that we can get that message out there, you know, happy to talk to you folks a little bit more about how to craft it and some media markets where it could be resonant, and you know, maybe provide some help, some impetus to some of the farmers.
Don and Becky's situation crept immediately to mind when Senator Casey talked about the reprising the CCC. You know, that's a situation where possibly that could help them stick it out for long enough to find another family member or somebody else who is interested in buying up the operator. I have pandemonium going on here with dogs going off and phones ringing, so I'm going to mute again.
I think that's it's a great opportunity. Thank you, Elaine. I'm like so excited you're going to be on the board. You know, I really feel like that's a real nice opportunity for us to and a tool that we can use.
Sorry about that. Seems to have calmed
I had
down
a,
somewhat
a
now.
comment in the chat, but the other computer, the mic doesn't work right. So, but I just wanted to bring forward the idea that we, as a state, just as nationals, recognize the Justice for Black Farmers Act as an important step towards racial equity. I think we have to think about what that means at the state level as well. So I just wanted to put that in the mix.
We actually endorsed that legislation and re-endorsed it for the reintroduction of it here this Congress. That's Senator Booker's
right
legislation that he put forth. Excellent piece of legislation. He, his office and we are in pretty close contact, not close contact, but periodic contact. Adam Zipkins is chief of staff over there, and we've met with him on legislation around the Farm System Reform Act, which had a racial justice component as well. But more recently and more specifically to that, there was just a recent conversation between myself and Adam about the Justice for Black Farmers Act, and we're all over it and definitely on board with it and endorsing it, even though the Congress expired before they brought it to the floor. They're reintroducing and we're back on it as signatories.
Right, good.
So, but to your point, I mean, any specific policy more pointed toward that direction than what we already have on the books is always welcome for discussion.
Okay, yeah, let's keep that moving forward. Yeah. Want to switch back in? Thank you. You have this switch.
Heidi, you keep changing. You have different glasses, Heidi.
You know, could I say one more thing about the CSA concept? So I'm going to contact Phyllis Rubin and Dan Hunter, since both of you are involved in CSAs. I'm thinking since I've been working on the issue of atrazine for about 15 years, trying to get it limited or banned in our area. And I'm giving up. I mean, it's the Farm Bureau is so effective in our area, and it will block any attempt by any citizen or farm or organic or sustainable farmers group to pass anything limiting the use of any pesticide or chemical. So I think after watching that impeachment trial, I'm going to approach that incredible woman from the congressperson from the Virgin Islands that's on the Ag Committee. I'm going to try and find out what their interest is on some of these issues. But the CSA issue, I think, is an interesting issue to develop in terms of crossing the line between merely giving people fresh food, as Phyllis said, versus getting people more aware of farm politics and farm issues. So I'm going to pursue that, and I'm going to try and get your telephone numbers, call you up, and let you know. So if we actually do have a meeting, a Zoom meeting online with a number of national Congress people, I could invite both of you to, and anybody else, to be involved in the conversation.
Yeah, Michael, there had actually been a request for your contact information to be posted in the chat, but I realize you're calling in from a phone. So if you want to somehow get that to Heidi or myself, or
yeah, I'll get it. I mean,
we can circulate it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in my case, the winter is spent in the Washington, D.C. area. So I'm down here, so I'm constantly, plus Jamie Raskin, who, if you were watching the impeachment hearings, Jamie was the prime House manager, and he's a good personal friend and someone we're in contact with. We're just a few blocks away from him. And as I said earlier, sadly, his son, Tommy, worked on our farm, the son who sadly committed suicide. He was an incredible farm worker. So I happen to be somewhat open to interacting more nationally, since I've almost given up locally when it comes to Maryland because of the power of that Farm Bureau. It literally has blocked everything. We've except the farm to cafeteria bill. They were once a co-sponsor of that. But I'll be in touch with anyone, and I'll be in touch with Heidi. Knows how to contact me, and I'll give you my number to pass on. So thank you. I'm sorry I've taken up so long on some of my issues and concerns, though.
Could
Thanks for
I
your
just
info, Michael.
add that I know that the Center for Food Safety is currently involved in a lawsuit about atrazine because apparently it had been all but outlawed and was on schedule to be phased out, and then the recent administration reversed that, and they're suing to reverse it again to phase it out. It's what I understand from my reading. So you might contact the Center for Food Safety. They're, it would be a national thing, not a local thing.
So that was Michael Jacobson's former group?
And I can't
Center for
answer.
Food. Yeah, okay. He was a member. He came to our, shopped at our farm stand. So I'm thinking that's who it was. But thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Phyllis. I just want to give space if there's anyone else on the call or here that would like to bring anything forth. And if not, we want to honor time. It is a little after 2:30, and we did want to leave this open for another half hour, just in case, people still wanted to talk, but we wanted to honor people's time. It's been a long day, and we respect that. I'm sure some of you have families to get back to, and maybe some sledding to get out and do, or shoveling. So thank you so much for being here. This really is the, I guess we have to officially close our meeting. So if I can get a second for closing our meeting from Michael, awesome. And I guess all those in favor, I guess we can't all say aye, or can we? Oh, look, there's a poll. We can officially close our meeting if people can.
That's what it is when you have a crack staff from National supporting you. Thanks
All
to
right.
Ethan and to Emma.
Yes, we want to thank Ethan. We want to thank Emma and Charlie, who have been our technical support today. And also want to remind you, there is a survey, please, about our, just let us know how we did. If there's things you want to, that you would like to have seen today that we didn't cover for future conferences and conventions. So please make sure to complete that survey. It's in the chat there. We will be sending this out to everyone as well, just in case you're on a phone and you can't access that. So again, we're going to be on for another half hour. If there's anybody that still wants to continue talking or having a little bit of social time and like saying, hey, Maggie, it's so good to see your smile. So thanks again.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's so nice to see everybody's faces. And Ethan, like that background of National Farm, where is that? Is that in the Rockies?
Oh, I thought it was Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think it's got to be Colorado or something. Yeah.
I would think that's the All States camp.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Is that the site of the All States camp?
I actually never got to go
No,
out.
that's not, unfortunately. It's a different building. But it looked just beautiful like that.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Heidi, Michael, everyone else. Great to see you all.
Yep, likewise.
Yeah.
Lauren Smith, how about that? Oh, she just jumped off too.
Yeah.
Hey, no, there she is. Hey, Lauren, how are you? And there's Wanja.
Hey, Wanja, how are you?
How are you? Thanks for having me. This is so helpful.
Oh, so glad you could join us today. Wanja, do you want to introduce yourself to some of these people that are still on? That'd be awesome.
Of course, yeah. So my name is Wanjia. I'm a science reporter interested in food and agriculture stories. I live in Philadelphia right now, and I wrote a story before about small ranchers and farmers with Michael, and that was a really nice experience. But anyways, yeah, I just want to learn more since I'm a city folk. Agriculture fascinates me always, so that's why I'm just being with you and to learn. And this is such a great day to learn.
Thanks. Awesome. I'm so glad you were here.
I'll post a link to that article, Wanja.
Sorry, what?
I'm going to post a link to your article in the chat.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Thank you. That was awesome. Very well done.
Yeah, I think it's important to tell the stories within the community and what is need to be heard sometimes. Yeah, I think that Heidi also know and Mike also know I'm also working on a story. I'm actually trying to find people to talk to me. So I don't know if people know this problem that I heard from a PASA conference earlier this year, because I was at PASA 2021 conference. There was a problem that the ag input materials can be labeled as anything. There's pretty much like no concrete regulations on that. And as a result, like farmers can use, like if the fertilizer says they're organic, it doesn't really mean anything because there's no regulation on that. So as a result, farmers might use the wrong product, especially if they're certified, that might potentially, take them off the list for 3 years. Or it just more like a betrayal of what their trust of the product. So if anyone have any experience with this, I'm gonna put my contact information on the chat and you can reach out to me and I'm happy to speak with you.
Are you talking about the problems with organic certification, that the standards have been adopted?
No, so yeah, so I think that there is,
Or was there another workshop that I wasn't in that was about what you were talking about?
No, I think this is what I learned from a PASA conference.
I was at the PASA conference.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that someone from Rodale was mentioning that, like when you go to ag store, be careful, what they label on the package, if it says organic or for organic use, doesn't mean anything because there is no regulatory body of what you can say on that. And I mean, there are like independent nonprofit organizations to approve those, like OMRI or California Department of Agriculture or Washington State of Agriculture. They have their own list. But my question is where there isn't a national regulatory body in terms of this, where there isn't a national registry list of what fertilizers or ag supplies in general are in compliance with the National Organic Program. Why do we need to have 7 lists or 8 lists for farmers to dig them through to see which ones are approved, which one are not?
I think that the problem is not standards. Like, for example, sewage sludge, as Dari posted, is not allowed to be included in organic fertilizer. The problem is oversight, that there isn't enough people who are honest conducting the oversight. Although the standards are corrupted also with hydroponics, which is a whole other topic.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to talk anything to me, my phone number is open here. Also, just send me a text or anything, and I can look into things. And it's nice to see you, Michael, in person finally.
Likewise, Wanja. I feel like we've been friends for a long time and we've never laid eyes on each other. So
I know, yeah, that's a weird reality of 2020.
It's welcome to 2021, I suppose.
Yeah. Hey, Maggie, do you want to, there's a few people on that may not know you. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Maggie Robertson. I had my own farm in Western PA for, 16, 17 years. Sold it in 2015 to get a bed and breakfast in New York, and that lasted about 3 years. And so 2018, we moved back to Pennsylvania. I now live in Berks County, in the home I grew up in, and I work for a local herb farm. It does a lot of medicinal herbs and makes elixirs and teas and things they take to New York City markets. So I'm just kind of getting pulled back into agricultural issues, in some cases kicking and screaming, in other cases a little more willingly. You know, it's been a huge readjustment to move back to an area I never thought I'd live in again, as nice as it is around here. So I was, you know, had half a mind to jump on today, and then Heidi called me yesterday morning, and that made my final decision. And I've been more excited about this kind of thing today than I have been in a long time. So I'm really glad to be here and really glad to see familiar faces again.
And Maggie actually expressed interest in being a vice director for our Southeast Pennsylvania group. So.
I knew we could get our hooks back into you, man.
So that would be good for Amanda. She'll have her cohort there.
Yeah, I'm going to touch base with her too on a couple of the other comments that she said earlier today. Some of the things I'm interested in, I think that might be a good opportunity to network.
Excellent.
So yeah, I was on the Farmers Union board in, I don't know what years, leading up to 2015, when we sold our farm. For a couple of years before that, I was on the board, did a couple of the fly-ins. I was also very involved with PASA, and I was on PA Wagon, the Women's Ag Network, from 2005 to 2015 as well. So yeah, here I am.
We were installed on the board at the same meeting, maybe 2014, Maggie? The PFU board.
I think I was on the, I think I joined a little before then, but I'm not sure. It was one of those things like same thing happened with the League of Women Voters, you know, would you join our organization, and, you know, 2, would you be on our board? But I think maybe I was appointed first, and then I was voted in the same year you were. Might have been the way that worked.
I remember it was at the train station. That's what I recall. And it was a hell drive to come from here to there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Typical.
Yep, that was oh, come on. The speaker, I can see his face.
Oh, the congressman?
No. The name will come to me. I get brain.
Tara, I remember Tara spoke.
Yeah, yep. It'll come to me. I just a fantastic guy out of somewhere in the southern Midwest states. does ag economist work. It'll come to me anyway. Yeah, he was a speaker then. That was a neat venue.
Wasn't it?
No. And I know we were working together on your first fly-in, Michael. You're complete natural at that. I was so impressed.
I think that's a nice
with how well you
did BS her. Yeah, I think it was the cool fly-in 15.
Yes, it was. Yep.
It was a spring fly-in.
Yeah.
And we were walking through the halls of one of the House office buildings when they announced that cool had been officially repealed up by the House. It didn't get up by the Senate, but then it got flushed in the omnibus spending bill at the end of the year.
Yeah.
There's a
And I
gentleman.
remember we walked.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say we walked all the way over to the Founding Farmers Restaurant to get dinner, and they had like a 2-hour wait, and it was pouring down rain.
Yep.
And we looked up another place, and it was like right around the corner from our hotel.
I recall that they had beer.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I miss the most. It's just like sitting down and having beer with friends, you know,
Really?
or a
That's
drink, whatever.
The agronomy seminar in my neighborhood's been on hiatus now for a year. That's what I always jokingly called my neighbor and I and a couple other farmers getting together for a couple of beers at the tavern. The
Yeah.
agronomy. Where are you going? I'm going to the agronomy seminar.
There's a gentleman on the call who I haven't heard from today. And I'm just curious if Carl, where you're calling in from and who you are. I don't know if you can unmute yourself and say anything, or if
Maybe we lost him.
maybe we lost him, or he's
No, I see.
And Jesse, are you on too? Or did we lose you? Jesse Smith.
I see her name there.
She's there. How about Dari Sicker? Huh. I guess they're not able to unmute themselves. I'm not sure. So, well, it's so great to see everyone. Thank you. It's nice to see smiling faces.
Just
and
to
friends.
share an observation from
Yes.
today, I was, we do a winter market, so I couldn't be here until I was here. And, this year, the winter markets are just crowded practically. It's just amazing how people are showing up. And, even, in the 20-degree weather, and it just sort of hit me today that I actually had a chance to walk through the market, and every stand, there's like a hub of like 3, 4, 5 people standing around talking to the vendor or to each other. And I just think part of it is it's a chance to talk to people in real life, face to face, even, and if, you're a regular at the market, you get to know the vendors some, and I think it's a great community service in a way, just to have an outdoor forum where you can talk to your neighbors and build community, let alone the food.
In so much as my wife and I have maintained our sanity through this pandemic, the interchange with folks weekly, on Thursdays and Saturdays at the farm stand has been absolutely central to just having the ability to have a conversation with somebody, even in a safe space outside, everybody masked up. It's just been incredible. I mean, I don't know what we would have done without it. I think probably she would have killed me, but I mean, we would have had a tough time by now.
Yeah, and in that vein, Phyllis, also, I know that we had this meeting on a Saturday, and normally, obviously, we wouldn't be doing that, especially in the winter with farmers markets and stuff going on. But just as a matter of like before national convention, we had to get this meeting in before then as well. So it was a tight schedule for us too. Us being as farmers on the board, it's always a challenge running our businesses and organizing and putting on an event. So yeah, we encourage Phyllis in the future and as we go forward that we start planning convention earlier and we're setting dates and making it available for more farmers to be able to attend. So we do appreciate your sentiment around that. And we heard you. So we want to make sure that doesn't happen again in the future. So thanks for your comment on that. So it is 2:54. I can keep this open, or if we all have things we need to move on to, I understand. We all understand as well. So Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Nice to see you.
Phyllis, good to see you.
Heidi and
Maggie,
Michael.
Lindsay.
I'll talk to you, Maggie, sometime.
Okay.
Good. Oh, Gary.
Actually, I should ask that. I'm sorry if I guess everything got moved up in the agenda, whatever, but,
A little bit.
are I assume there'll be like an email follow-up saying this is what happened and contact these people if you live in Southeast Pennsylvania for the cohort, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll make sure and get a follow-up email to everyone. So, but thank you for reminding me of that.
I have a feeling you didn't need the reminder, but I just.
No, it's good.
Heidi, you're going to put all those links in there from that all the speakers have mentioned when they've said links, and put links in the chat. Can you make sure that's in the follow-up email?
Yes, we'll do our best.
Okay, I found a little button down where you type in the message into a chat. There's a little button with 3 things, and there's actually an option in there to save the chat, which I'd never seen before. So
yeah, it's always there.
So when it was
I have saved it.
thumbs up emoji.
And Heidi, just to chime in here, Heidi, if this is being run off of your account, I can help support you in downloading that. I know how to do that.
Okay, yeah, that would be great.
Save the chat there.
Oh, I see. Yeah, save chat.
And then you can open it in the folder.
Yep. Okay.
That
Great.
shows
Gary knows how to
everything?
do it.
Uh-oh, we just had a change of host.
It's like the host ghost. He keeps like popping in and out behind.
I don't know if it's recorded. But you're recording.
Yeah, we
but-
recorded this session too, so.
But we did save it.
Yeah, but we did save it, so awesome. Okay. Take care, guys. Have a great day.
You too. Take care.
I'll pop in.
Oh, wait.
Whoops.
Go ahead.
Bye.
Well, you
Bye.
got noise out of the background.
That's amazing.
Take care. Good day.
See you.
See ya.